And I'll point it out to you, that's where we could be seeing a little bit of rotation there. And let me share this over to a few of our other pages, and I believe we're going to go on air with this momentarily as we update folks on this new tornado warning. Change with this type of scenario, what we've been very concerned about throughout the day and throughout the night. And oftentimes when it's raining heavily, a lot of times, things will just get disguised by the sound of the rain, and you can hear the ferocious wind out there. All right, folks, we're watching a tornado warning here. This is in effect, let me give you the expiration time. This is roughly for Bledsoe County, and it almost crosses into Cumberland County as well. That's out till 7 Eastern, 6 Central Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 10 miles north of Pikeville, moving northeast 45. And so this will be very close to some of the rural areas there in that part of the north central part of Bledsoe County. Mount Crest is one of the areas. And you can see right there was it kind of moved just north of Pikeville there. I'll expand the view just a little bit more. You can see that a little bit better. So this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. So we got rotation storm, and that could easily possibly produce a tornado there. We'll zoom in a little bit closer into this area. It's in that area, in the far northern part of the county.
You ready to just cut it now?
Yeah.
All right.
Just let me know when we're up on air also. I appreciate it, Alex.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go on air also, so we're kind of multitasking here just a little bit, folks. That's what we have to do during severe weather situations. I'm going to isolate that tornado warning there so you can see it a little bit better. See the outline of it?
Hey David.
Yes.
We just got notifications about tornado warning on our phones.
Yeah, there's that tornado warning out for Cumberland County till 7:15. That was issued moments ago as well. So this is from the possible same storm that's moving east of Spencer. So let's zoom.
5 seconds.
Okay. We'll be going on air momentarily, folks. So everyone will be on the same stream here. All right, folks, thanks for watching. And again, anytime we have to break into programming, it's pretty serious business. And that's what we're watching very carefully with a storm that's basically stretching here, parts of Van Buren, parts of Bledsoe County. It's got a tornado warning attached to that. Several different polygons here. One over the northwestern part of Bledsoe County, the other coming out of Van Buren on into Cumberland County. So folks in Crossville, rural sections not far from the Mount Crest community in Bledsoe County under this tornado warning. That's going to be in effect till top of the hour for that part of Bledsoe. But I believe this one in Cumberland County, that expiration goes a little bit later there. Let me pop that up there. Yeah, that's out to 7:15 Central. And here we go. Hamilton County, we've been watching this cell as well. This is a brand new tornado warning right here. We've been watching ones for Bledsoe and for Van Buren County, but this is a brand new tornado warning out now for Hamilton County. We'll read you the update on that for you. This is for Meigs, Bradley, and Hamilton. Very small sliver of Bradley County. Here we go. Tornado warning out for northwestern Bradley, southwestern Meigs, eastern Hamilton County. Thunderstorm very close to Harrison. Moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Possible rotation with it. You can almost see exactly where that is. Look for that hook right there. See right there? We had that storm move right over us just moments ago. Very ferocious winds with and is moving off to the northeast. But there's where you could have a possible tornado near Harrison to Snow Hill. Now you can see that little couplet right there. That's right where it is, right where the inflow comes back in storm. So it's right there. Right there north of Harrison, paralleling Highway 58 and 27. So as Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, you can see right where that is. It is right there. And it's just to the west of Snow Hill, now climbing northeast at about 40 miles an hour. This is what we've been very concerned about, these quick spin-ups. You were watching our 6 o'clock newscast. We mentioned that, it's raining out there, but at any moment you could have a quick burst and quick spin-up with so much of that upper-level energy out there. So there again, it's a little bit more tightly wrapped right there as it moved right past Harrison, not far from our location, but now just to the west of Snow Hill. So areas to watch for: Lakeside, Harrison, Soddy Daisy, in that area around 650, but also be aware in Sail Creek, Red Bank, Harrison Bay State Park, Little Valley, Birchwood, Falling Water, Mowbray, Flat Top Mountain, and the North Chickamauga Creek Gorge. Again, this is a time to seek shelter immediately. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but nevertheless, we can see rotation there. And you can pretty much tell right there what's going on inside that cell. Here's Lake Site, Harrison Bay Road. Here's Hickson Pike right here to Lake Site. Dallas Hollow, Harrison Bay, right in that potential rotation within that storm. If you look at it from a reflectivity point of view, it lines up right in here, where we get that inflow very close to Lake Site. Could have some hail right here, just to the west side as it moves on by. And this is a tornado warning now for Hamilton County, the central and northern part of the county, with this cell saddled right between Soddy Daisy and Snow Hill, very close to Lake Site. That is moving northeast now at around 40 miles an hour. You live from Sail Creek to Snow Hill, in areas east of Soddy Daisy, basically right along the Tennessee River. You need to get to your safe place immediately till we give you the all clear on this. But they just updated that warning there. Sharpened up the polygon there just a little bit. Looking at a reflectivity scan, here it is from a velocity point of view. We're watching this activity right here, right in here. A little bit more pronounced a short while ago. It got pretty ferocious here as it moved on by with some very strong wind gust. But as you can see, with the rotation there in the storm, see right in there, moving just past to west of Snow Hill, just east of Soddy Daisy, not far from Lakeside. That's the area we're watching very carefully. Could have some hail again around Lakeside, over to Soddy Daisy, over to Ware Branch. Be aware for areas north where that's moving, Ware Branch, Shore Acres, all those communities right there on the lake and on the river. Right now over Lakeside. If there's a tornado with that, that's potentially where it could be. There are other warnings out there. We'll stay on this one. That one's a little bit more pronounced. We're still seeing a tornado warning with the cell moving by right here. That's straddling Bledsoe, now moving into Cumberland County. So heads up in Crossville. You're under this warning until 7:15 Eastern. Seek shelter likewise, as that has had some rotation with it, but at the very least, some very powerful wind gust. Severe thunderstorm warning remains over Bledsoe County. But here we go. This is a tornado warning. As things rapidly evolve quickly here. Well, that's the remains of the severe thunderstorm warning. But within that severe thunderstorm warning is this tornado warning. And that's out till 7:30 Eastern, roughly the next 30 minutes. It's moving northeast at 40. Again, with the high reflectivity right there, not far and just north of Lakeside. Right here, New Salem, Sunny Daisy Heights, Ware Branch, hail core right there, potential for a tornado right here. Just to the north of Lakeside. So again, folks, you live in Lakeside, Lakeside, Saudi Lake Heights, New Salem, Ware Branch. Seek shelter immediately until this storm passes by. It is a very fast mover. With so much heavy rain falling, you may not hear it. Okay? This is one of those where you got to seek shelter immediately, get to your safe place till we give you the all clear on that. Again, this is a tornado warning out till 7:30 for Hamilton County. It also includes neighboring portions of northwestern Bradley and southwestern Meigs County. I'm looking at some of the radar data here where we show you where that storm is right now. There's actually, if I pan out here, it's pretty ferocious there in Sail Creek already, and part of that cell has a little bit of rotation with that as well, meaning there's a very powerful wind gust. You can see that right there, right there, right near Sail Creek and just east of Sail Creek, crossing the county line. But it's down here where there's still that hint of rotation there. Not far in and around the Lakeside area. Just north of Lakeside to Ware Branch, there's Holly Heights. Watch out in Short Acres as that moves farther north and east. Again, we're live on our digital stream and also live on air covering this for you. I'm going to put a quick tracker on here because of that movement northeast of 40. Let's look at some downstream effects from this storm. And I'm going to plot it from right where the worst part of that storm is. Let me go back here just a second to make sure you get the exact point there. Let's see how this holds together. So Ware Branch currently, Shore Acres, be aware in the next few minutes, up to Birchwood potentially. If it holds together, Decatur, Tranquility, and up to 10 Mile within the hour. That's the plot over the next hour for this tornado warned storm. Now, they just expanded a severe thunderstorm warning because of this very cell. Severe thunderstorm warning for Ray, Meigs, northwestern McMinn, northeastern Hamilton, and it's for this very same storm. So no doubt you got your alert, your mobile device, and also your no alert radio. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning out till 7:45 Eastern. Again, severe thunderstorm 7 miles northeast of Saudi Daisy. That's that other cell there, 12 miles south of Dayton, moving northeast at 60. And that's that new severe thunderstorm warning out for Ray, Meigs, and Hamilton. Yeah, let's isolate this where this potential tornado is. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning for that area northeast of Saudi Daisy. You got this cluster here. This is where the possible tornado is, and also watching this particular cell moving just south of Dayton. But within that, we've got that tornado warning. So right in here, still just west of 58 now, north of Lakeside. Here's Sail Creek. Zooming a little tighter, it's very close to Shore Acres. Up to around Birchwood. So again, heads up, this whole northern part of Hamilton County, Shore Acres, just west of Georgetown, Birchwood. This tornado warning remains in effect until, let me look at the expiration time again. I believe it's 7:30 Eastern. Yep, 7:30 Eastern. Winds inside the storm. For possible rotation. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but again, seeing some pictures some folks have sent in. Where was this from? That was from Shallowford. I believe there was one more sit in. So I can get this to the newsroom. Yeah, I've seen pictures. I'm seeing video here near Harrison, potential funnel cloud. That a viewer spotted there. So very possible this could have a tornado with it, folks. The reason why this tornado warning is in effect. So heads up in Birchwood, Shore Acres, Georgetown. Can't stress this enough. Could be a very fast-moving system with this. And then keep in mind, as this continues moving north and east, what remains of that storm, if it holds together, Dayton, 719. These are all Eastern time. 728 Evansville. Spring City, 743. 10 Mile, 751. Again, we are watching this cell in northern Hamilton County right now, right from Shore Acres to around Birchwood. Look how rapidly it's been moving. But you can see a little bit of a hook with that at the time and pretty pronounced on the velocity stand. So and I've also seen some video here folks have sent in. So this very well could be producing a tornado, at the very least a funnel cloud. Now let's stay in the safe place. Shore Acres, Birchwood, until this storm passes on by. But heads up also in northern Meigs County. I believe the polygon does go into that part of Meigs. Barely crossing right over. But folks, again, heads up in that area right there near Birchwood. Right in here. See how fast it's moving. There's another couple, look like a couplet there going east of Dayton. So kind of a rotation with that part of the storm. But a little bit broader here, but nevertheless, let's just stay safe till that passes by. You know, as I watched all of this develop, this is very similar to when you have tropical activity, where you got tropical bands moving in, you get quick spin-ups. This is the type of activity that we're seeing. This has been what I've been very cautious of throughout the night, is that you'd have heavy downpours of rain and these quick individual spin-ups. And that's been the problem. I mean, look, if you look at this zoomed out, doesn't look big, does it? It really doesn't. But, however, it's a quick spin-up within it. There's so much upper-level dynamics in the upper atmosphere. And that's the reason why that even though we had rain this morning, a little cooling, it didn't stabilize it enough to prevent a tornado threat. Now, also south and west. I'll move back to this one coming up in a minute. But also south and west, watching other activity farther back to the south and west, where, again, these have been previously strong, but we'll keep an eye on the march closer to Jackson County. But I want to go back to this cell for the moment. I want everyone to pay attention. Dayton, Georgetown, and even Decatur. With this storm coming in, We want you safe. And tell you how rapidly this can all change. We'll pause that. We'll try to illustrate this here just a little bit. Right in here. This is the cluster of cells we're watching, but it's right in here, potential tornado development. But that's all moving now off to the north and east at a very rapid motion. So already in Dayton, it's pretty windy with rain, lightning, and again, the risk of some strong damaging wind gusts. But heads up in Decatur, you're covered under severe thunderstorm warning because it's all starting to move your way. So is Ray County. So all this area, Dayton to Decatur, under this embedded severe thunderstorm warning, that warning out, that stays out until 7:45. Which includes Dayton, Sale Creek, Spring City, up to 10 Mile. But let's go back here to the county line, not far from Birchwood. Shore Acres, Birchwood. Right near Birchwood now is where some of that rotation will be left over. So Georgetown to Birchwood. Right there just north and west of 58. I'll zoom out so you can kind of see a little bit better. As that was moving northeast and how rapidly it's moving. If you zoom out a little bit more, you can see how this evolved. And yeah, we had that cell move by us. We're not far from Harrison at our studios. And it got pretty ferocious for a very short period of time. But you can see it right here. Right there. That's when it was developing. And that's where it moved through Harrison. Pretty pronounced there on the velocity scan. And then a little burst there just near Lake Site. Starting to lift away. Maybe the rotation easing up a little bit. But still, that's very close to Sale Creek. But previously, again, go over the past hour, that's from a cell that moved basically right from downtown, started rotating. You can see where it started rotating in right here. Well, lost the radar. Well, I was trying to do too much at once, folks, trying to show you too much at once on the radar. Let me just go back to the main radar feed. We'll be all right. We get too many telestrations on there, it can mess things up. Anyway, let's just stay where we are, focused here. What's left of that storm is crossing into Meigs and Ray. Technically, this polygon for this tornado warning out until 7:30, but I believe the worst of that is going to pass right through Birchwood and start to move out of the county. But as you hear so many people say, respect the polygon, that's exactly what we'll do until that passes on by to the northeast. So here's the tornado warning, and then where it's moving through. This part of Ray County and Meigs, and even the far western part of McMinn County under this severe thunderstorm warning for this particular cell. That rolled right through downtown and moved north. We had it quickly spin up over close to where we are on Highway 58. We're just south of Harrison. Again, right over Birchwood right there. Let's see. Yeah, Birchwood to Britsville, just west of 58. So the rotation not quite as pronounced. We hope that's the case. But again, that warning still remains out till 7:30. I do want to remind you that a tornado watch is in effect, area-wide, until 1 a.m. Until 1 a.m. Eastern time. And it's due in part, it's going to take this long for these whole lines of storms to push their way to the east And again, within that, there could be some embedded quick spin-ups like we're seeing now. So it's going to be really touch and go for a while as these move on through. Don't lose sight of the fact also that with the rain that we're seeing, very heavy rain, could also have flash flooding in spots. This cell over portions of Sequatchie County had this warning from Marion to Sequatchie. I do want to point this one out. This warning out until the bottom of the half hour, 7:30 as well. And that's going to be moving into Bledsoe County. So Bledsoe's already had a couple of lines move on by, but beware in Dunlap as this moves by. This is a very fast mover as well. That's moving about to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. Likewise, put a velocity scan on that, check for any rotation with that. It's had maybe some straight line winds with it. Yeah, so in Dunlap, keep an eye on that. That's just to your southwest. Okay, that's going to cause some pretty strong wind gusts coming on through. So that could reach what we call severe gust levels, upwards of 60 miles an hour possible, and very heavy rain. All right, I believe they've allowed that tornado warning to expire. So that tornado warning out for northern Hamilton County has expired. So that's good news. So again, if you've been in your safe place, it's okay. It's still raining. There's still a lot of lightning, but that particular cell has now moved into Ray and Megs. That's moved into Ray and Megs. So there it is. Still some broad rotation there with it. So severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up to 10 Mile in Spring City because of that same storm. But the tornado warning for northern Hamilton County has now been lifted. That's how fast that thing moved. It developed quickly, and it moved quickly. I want to show you the loop momentarily. I'm going to go to the newsroom, see if they can get a hold of that video that we got sent. Give me 1 second. We'll keep the loop rolling there. Let's get emailed that checking on some video that we had of the potential funnel cloud that was there in Harrison, because again, that moved right over where we are, and that immediately was like, what was that? And then, then I come back here to the radar, and again, you can see the rotation starting to tighten up, and that's right when that warning popped off, and you can see, and we've gotten video that pretty much confirms that. So again, that warning has expired, so we're going to allow our on-air folks to go back to programming. Let me take a look at this cell right here. Yeah, that one's starting to move out of the Crossville area. So again, we're left with severe thunderstorm warnings, which will continue carrying on our digital stream. But for now, I'm going to pause for a second for you folks on the digital stream. For now, on the on-air audience can go back to programming. And then we will continue on digital stream. We'll continue on the digital stream. So stand by, those watching digitally. All right, thanks, folks, for continuing to watch our digital stream right now as we continue to track the storms. We've again had what appears to be a tornado through northern Hamilton County already. We've gotten some video from folks with that.
I asked for permission. We got to wait for his permission.
Okay, thank you. And we'll be checking that video momentarily. All right, folks, we have several different warnings in effect right now, and I appreciate those of you who have been watching and been patient watching our coverage here. Let me scan over here to get some of your comments here. Again, we have 1, 2, 3 different warnings here. That one now includes portions of Franklin County. I mean, I want to tell them because of the fast nature of these developments, I'm going to continue our on-air stream as well until at least 7:30 till we clear all these out. So I'm going to leave up that stream there and get us back on the on-air stream because I feel like we need to widen the audience a little bit to let the folks know that. So stand by on the digital stream. Yeah, we're going to let our on-air audience join us once again. A little multitasking here. But that's what we have to do. We have to, make sure everybody's aware of this. I get concerned about that. I want to make sure everybody is aware of these storms and knows what's going on, and that's exactly why we're here on all our digital streams. So again, severe thunderstorm warning out for Sequatchie County. That's out till 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. And there until 7:45 for these areas now in northern Hamilton, McMinn, Meigs, and Ray. And I'm really concerned about that one because that one could have some pretty nasty wind gusts with that, to say the least. And the threat of these quick spin-ups. I want to make sure we got the audience on the StormTrack 9 page as well, folks. Just trying to multitask here. We're up? Okay, thank you. Hey, folks, thanks for joining us live on air once again. We're live on our digital stream as well. Just concerned on how quickly that spun up there in Hamilton County. I just want to stay updated, stay on the air with you until this passes through that part of Ray and Meigs County because of the fast nature these have been moving. So again, Sail Creek, Sawney Daisy, over to Decatur, over to around Spring City and Dayton. Just be aware of these storms, the history that it's had, that it could quickly produce at the very least, strong wind gusts or possible tornado. Look at the velocity scan coming up here momentarily. So yeah, you look at that right along the Tennessee River there. We've got right between Dayton and Decatur, and you can see the velocity scan, which shows us the motion of the raindrops and the particles in the storm, how fast they're moving away from the radar. So they're moving away from the high top radar. So sometimes the colors may look a little bit different from the red to green. So what we'll do in this case is that we'll move that back over to the scan of Morristown. That'll be the closest radar. So we got some strong gusty winds. So left of that cell, that prompted warning in Hamilton County, which produced possibly a tornado based on some of the video images I've seen. It's right near Dayton. And then watch us left of that kind of lifting away near Spring City. So at the very least, some very strong wind gusts are the reason why that severe thunderstorm warning remains in place. Okay, and also down here, I mean, where you've had very heavy rain. The severest part of that storm has moved out of this part of Hamilton County, but still very heavy rain, strong wind gusts remain. And near Dunlap, where we mentioned during a previous update of some very strong wind gusts moving on by, it's right over Dunlap now and about to move into Bledsoe. So heads up Bledsoe County, right along the Sequatchie River, 127 or Sequatchie Valley, around 127 to Pikeville. Again, that could have some strong burst of wind as well. You can see it passing by Dunlap right there and almost up to the county line. So that's got a little broad rotation with it. It's a fast-moving cell, and again, at the very least, could pull those strong winds that are aloft at around 60, 70 miles an hour easily down to the surface. Meanwhile, farther south, I just want to show you what's going on. There are individual cells moving by at the moment. This is at the moment, not severe. We're watching this cell over Jackson County. That's going to move into Franklin County with this cell right here. It's just to the east of Huntsville. So that, again, could have some damaging wind gusts with it. That's moving towards High Top, the main radar site, and over to Franklin County. So heads up in Swanee and those areas just west of Mount Eagle. That's out till 7:15 Central, 8:15 Eastern. Again, all areas locally in tornado watch to 1 a.m. 1 a.m. I'm going to show you a wider radar view. This is what I'm going to show you here. Show you what we're still watching as we go through the nighttime hours. So a lot of activity farther down to the south and west, where a lot of these individual cells have come from. It's a little stronger Birmingham to Montgomery, but over the past 3 hours, you can see where some of these cells have evolved from and moved northeast pretty quickly. And there's been a lot of surface heating back in northern parts of Georgia and Alabama, feeding into the storm. So again, even though we had some stability with the rain earlier, the upper level dynamics, the quick spin up has allowed some of those to become tornadic and at the very least cause some strong damaging wind gusts. The back edge of this is still way west of Nashville. So the individual cells are racing north rapidly, but the individual line is not moving rapidly. So this is going to stick around with us for a large part of the evening hours until after midnight. Beware for you folks in that's far northeastern Cumberland, right near Harriman in Roane County. That cell just way north of Spring City. Little bit of rotation with that, crossing I-40. That's getting outside the viewing area, but again, I just want to let you know that if you have folks who live there. And here's the new severe thunderstorm warning for Bledsoe County with that storm coming out of Sequatchie County. So that came out moments ago. Severe thunderstorm warning now for central Ray County, northern Sequatchie, and Bledsoe. Severe thunderstorm located near Dunlap, as we pointed out, moving northeast at 40, could have wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. So we'll track that cell for you on the leading edge, just the strongest edge here, moving northeast at 40. And there you go. So large part of Bledsoe County being impacted by a strong wind gust. Oh, that tracker's just off screen there. Let's move that tracker in a little bit better. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more. Give us a little bit more real estate. Sometimes when you zoom in too far, everything overlaps a bit. There we go. That's better. I want you all to be able to see that. So Lee Station about 6:35, going right through Bledsoe. Cold Spring 6:50. Again, these are all Central Time. Lantana, then up to Crossville. Crossville's had several rounds already, okay? But that's where it's moving, off to the north and east, right along the Bledsoe and Sequatchie County line. So Dunlap, things will start to improve shortly, okay? That's going to make its way farther north and east. That's that severe thunderstorm warning now out for Bledsoe County and Central Ray County. What kind of overlaps there? That's going to go until 8:15 Eastern. Oh, they just updated that, didn't they? They sure did. All right, here's a brand new tornado warning. This is for that cell. This is the same cell. That just got upgraded. That's now a tornado warning. So this cell here north of Dunlap is now a new tornado warning. This is how quickly this could happen. All right. Tornado warning issued now for Central Ray, northeastern Sequatchie, and Bledsoe County till 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central. This storm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles northeast of Dunlap, moving northeast at 45. Again, this is a Doppler radar indicated rotation with that storm. Oh, you can see it right there. Yep. It tightened up. Right there, just across the county line. Just as it moved away from Dunlap. See, there's a little broad rotation now, it tightened up a bit. It's right there. Right there in the southern part of Bledsoe County. This is a new tornado warning. And this out till 8:15 Eastern. For you folks, Central is 7:15. Right there. We'll zoom in and see. Along with 127, that's going right through the Sequatchie Valley there. The Paleo community, Brockdale, it's right from Mount Airy and right over Paleo. Right there. So seek shelter. Brockdale, Lee Station, Brayton. This is a fast-moving storm. Get to your safe place, okay? Interior room, lowest level of home, away from windows, hallway, small closet, bathroom. That's where you want to go. And stay there till we give you the all clear here. Okay, we want you safe. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, which means it may not be producing a tornado at the moment, but based on radar signature, it could. It could be. So we want you in that safe place. This is how just quickly things can evolve through the night tonight. You can also see right here near Brockdale, could be some hail in the core right there, high reflectivity coming back. But we're looking at reflectivity. This shows the rainfall rate. But as you can see right there, that's where that tornado could be occurring right there near Paleo, right on 127. So let's go to the velocity scan here, and we'll do a quick track on this. And again, if that is producing a tornado, we have Lee Station 636, Pikeville 644, Melvin 703, Crossville around 725. That's right where that rotation is that could have a tornado with it there in Bledsoe County. Folks, Bill Race is here too. We got team coverage for you this evening as we watch this evolve. Bill, I was noting that when we watch these systems like this evolve, it's almost very similar to a tropical situation. We have tropical bands coming in. Mm-hmm. It rains heavily and you get quick spin-ups. And the atmosphere is so dynamic right now that it's not surprising to see this and how quickly it evolved.
Well, I just drove in from Eastridge, Rossville area, and the rain was real steady the whole way. There wasn't, in this case, it got much heavier as I was getting closer to the station. So it was kind of off and on like that.
I'm going to isolate that warning so you just kind of folks can see what's going on. Yeah, we had that tornado warned storm move right over us, and you could tell about 30 seconds we had pretty ferocious wind with it. And you could tell something was different from the other gusts that we had had. Mm-hmm. So again, there's that tornado warning. I just wanted to isolate the polygons so you can see that. And that's out till 7:15 Central, 8:15 Eastern. Again, we were tracking this as it was a severe thunderstorm coming near Dunlap. Interested to hear from folks online if you had anything happen in Dunlap while that moved by, because there were some very strong wind gusts with that. But for right now, the core of that storm is racing through Bledsoe, and for folks in Pikeville, that's coming right your way. Let me go back to the velocity scan. You can see, when we got radar coverage, it's one thing. It shows the rainfall, but we want to be able to see in, and you can see clearly where this is. Right there. And so that is heading northbound toward Pikeville. So folks in Pikeville, I need you to be in your safe place. We mentioned the southern part of the county, smaller communities there. Paleo was right there in that southern part of the county near 127, Brockdale, Lee Station. It's right between Paleo and Lee Station at the Pikeville. So again, folks, in that area, I'm going to pull up the velocity scan again so you can clearly see where that is. It's right there. It is, just east of Brockdale, right along 127 and near Lee Station. So that is headed toward Pikeville very, very quickly in the next few minutes. It's 7:30 right now Eastern, 6:30 Central. In the next 10 minutes, folks, that's going to be moving your way. Potential for a tornado there. Bill's getting mic'd up behind us here, and we'll be giving you team coverage here. Brayton over to Lee Station. Let me expand the view here just a little bit. There's that area that we're watching right there as we point it moving north and east. That's that tornado warning now for Bledsoe County, folks. Look, the reports here, just trying to see if anybody had damage in those areas that we mentioned in Harrison. First of all, with that, what appeared to be, you can see, at least there is a funnel cloud, and I'm not sure if it touched down or not. All right, here's someone. Ashley says we're in Dunlap on East Valley. We had bad wind. Got the warning, took cover. Good. Very good to hear that. And thankfully, hopefully everything's okay. But yeah, they're in Pikeville, folks. That's some strong rotation in that storm. And it quickly tightened up. We need you to be in your safe place now in Bledsoe County. This is a tornado warning there. If you had your weather alert radio go off in Meigs and Monroe, we'll come back to Bledsoe momentarily. Meigs and Monroe, news for thunderstorm warning out here. That includes parts of McMinn also, I believe. Yeah. This polygon right here, not far from Athens. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning out till 8:15 Eastern. Athens, Kingston, Lenore City, Sweetwater. Wind gusts of 60. It is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Let me show you that. Then we got to go back to Pikeville for that cell. This is just to the northwest of Athens. Very heavy rain with that cell there. We'll take a quick look at the velocity within that. Broad rotation with that. So it could be seeing some very strong wind gusts there. Rogers Creek over to Athens, right on I-75. I'm not slowing traffic down there. But heads up, Athens, Rogers Creek. So at the very least, some gust potential up to 60. That's moving northeast at 55. We'll keep an eye on that cell. You're under that severe thunderstorm warning out till 8:15. 8:15 Eastern. That goes all the way up to around Union Grove and Sweetwater. Now let's go back to Pikeville. I'm sorry, Bill.
I was just going to say that severe thunderstorm warning was, you were right, it's like east central Meigs, northeastern McMinn, northwestern Monroe. So they've kind of cornered that in that area there. And then again until 8:15 Eastern.
Yeah, we got all these straddling the time zones here.
Yeah, well, that's
make sure
true.
we're on the right time. But there we go. Again, this is what we're watching here. With this moving north and east on 127. Right through the heart of Bledsoe County, heads up in Pikeville. This storm has a pretty big potential there as it moves closer to you. Again, I want you to be at a safe place immediately.
So we have 8:15 Eastern time as the expiration for the tornado and the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yes. Yes.
That's the way it looks to me. And the tornado warning, when it came out, which was not too many minutes ago, but the Central Ray, northeastern Sequatchie, and Bledsoe, all of Bledsoe County was put under that warning. And so again, still got some time here before that is cleared, unless they would clear it earlier, but right now that doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, the one in Hamilton, an hour ago, they cleared it. It raced out of there, but they were able to clear it. But boy, that thing was racing. That's why I mentioned it's almost tropical in nature, how we're watching these speeds push these storms on along, and the nature of how quick the spin-ups are. So it's been our fear for the past few days we'd have to be dealing with this, and now it's being realized in spots. So we certainly hope everything's okay in Bledsoe County. We got it centered here because that's where we want you to take cover there, near Pikeville and all those areas on 127 until this storm passes on by and we get the all clear. But you can see it there up on the view. You see as it moves right out from from Dunlap in Sequatchie County. And move right there. It's kind of a more broader rotation there, but nevertheless, it's still got some potential there. Let's see. Checking on some comments here from folks, and I appreciate those who are watching on our digital stream and on air. We're having to cover, of course, so many platforms here tonight.
Sure.
Make sure everybody's all updated. Again, area-wide tornado watch out to 1 a.m. That's the watch, meaning conditions are possible that tornadoes could occur. And this is just the type of situation we're dealing with tonight for these quick spin-ups. It's going to be, needle in a haystack time at times, watching these try to develop. And kind of tiptoeing ourselves through every cell that rotates through. Some can produce it, not all, but some could. We're hopeful that one in Pikeville is not, but at the very least, it could be producing gusts upwards of 60, even higher wind speeds, because with the upper level winds, it could easily bring down those 60, even 75 mile an hour gusts to the surface, and that could be, if you get those, that's the same as a Cat 1 hurricane. And we know what those could do, right?
Yeah, right. And I heard you talking about that, which was a good explanation, because they kind of can give you, a better idea of what we're talking about here. Because usually it's like 60-mile-per-hour winds are kind of the criteria for severe thunderstorm winds. But then we can have these storms that are even higher than that. And the wind was already strong even before the storms got here.
Yes, it was. So we're still getting gusts outside the warning area 20 to 40. And now we add the saturated ground to the equation. And any more heavy rain we get with more wind, of course, could cause more trees to be down, more power outages. We had power outages earlier today, not heavy, but there were some. Here, I'll get that out of your way.
Well, you're right.
Move that screen over there.
I was going to look at
And again, folks, we're just kind of centered here on Bledsoe County. Keep an eye on this tornado-warned storm. I think it was a pretty tight rotation there, and it still remains the case near Pikeville. So we want you in a safe place so this storm passes on, but we get the all clear on this one. And that's going to be included in that warning, these areas bordering into Ray County. Just want to make sure we have that right, yeah. So right in here, so it's right over Pikeville where the storm is moving through. And you can see aside from that cell, we'll come back to Pikeville in a minute. Aside from that, we're still keeping an eye on this cell that had broad rotation with it, north of Athens to about Sweetwater. All right, that is a severe thunderstorm warning out until 8:15, roughly the next 35 minutes. It'll probably clear those counties quicker than that. But let's take a look at it. It's just northwest of Nyota.
As an example, I see, and I haven't read the whole message yet, but you were mentioning they did issue a flash flood warning for Franklin County.
Ah, okay.
So again, when you have that saturated ground and there's plenty more rain to go, you're going to have that threat. But you've been, talking about that all week, that for all these elements that are possible.
Yeah, we don't like it when all of that comes together.
No.
And you can see right here, Athens, Nyota, it's kind of broad rotation. There's a little different color. I've got the Morristown radar eye there, so broad rotation there from Athens to around Nyota. So I just wanted to point that out. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. We'll turn all the radars back on so we can see this better. When it gets dark outside, folks, this is our eye, okay? Radar, we heavily depend on this time of year, this time of day. Yeah, still pretty broad there. So again, that tornado warning remains in place there in Pikeville. Over around Summer City. That's where you're kind of coming off the plateau, I believe, right there. So I'm backing up, moving forward. You can see, at the very least, some very powerful wind gusts there in and around Pikeville, even from Cold Spring to Summer City.
So from EPB, I just see that they're, well, with the two things, they have outage reported and also that they're en route to, it totals up to about 230 customers. So it's a low number right now.
Yeah. Hopefully it stays that way, but yeah, with these gusts coming up, it's going to be a little touch and go. I'd urge everybody to, keep your mobile devices charged, or your mobile chargers that you charge when the battery's dead on your device to, keep those charged as long as possible. These storms threaten. Again, that we're keeping zeroed in there on that storm near Pikeville, where that tornado warning remains in effect until 8:15. Could have 3/4 inch size hail, about little under the size of a quarter, possibly also, with that particular cell. Here we go. We're going to move away from this one for a sec for Pikeville. They just popped that warning for McMinn and Monroe. That's the one we were zoomed in on the velocity just moments ago. There it is. And you can see a couple of things. Got the inlet going in there, possibly hail right where the purple is. So I guess it's right in here. There's that possible rotation with it. Let's take a look at it. That is a new tornado warning out, folks. Let me read you the text of this. This is for north central McMinn, northwestern Monroe, and even central Loudon. It's going to go that far. This is out till 8:30 Eastern time. This is a new tornado warning out for parts of Monroe, McMinn, even Roane and Loudoun County. I'll read you the text of this. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Sweetwater, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. It's going to be racing probably out of the county pretty quickly there. But nevertheless, heads up, you see it right there, right on the northern part of McMinn, and not far from Sweetwater. The velocity scan, you can see, right, yeah, it's right near Sweetwater, right in here. So still right over northern parts of McMinn, at least based on this scan, up to about Sweetwater. So that's going to be, racing out of these counties pretty quickly. So that warning is out until 8:30. I think it's going to clear those areas quicker, but nevertheless, let me zoom in that northern part of the county there. That's near Union Grove and Highway 68 over to about Sweetwater. And more specifically, on the National Weather Service update here, they put it at around Sweetwater 7:45. This is in the next 2 minutes. Loudon around 7:50. This includes where I-40 and I-75 will basically meet very shortly as it races off. But Paint Rock, Bradbury, Philadelphia, and Nyota. So it's moving away from these areas pretty quickly, but right near Sweetwater, 7:45. So yeah, it's pretty broad there, but those areas along 75, from Union Grove to Sweetwater, that tornado warning for that part of McMinn and that part of Monroe out till 8:30. It won't last that long, but be in the safe place, so we give you the all clear on that one. That's the one we've been watching as it meandered there west of Athens and now moving northeast. Goodness.
Not sure if it really, if this might help some folks.
Sure.
The indication or the folks that are impacted by that, as far as the mile markers, I don't know if you mentioned that, but it was from between 54 and 83. So you might know where those are.
Some people do.
Yeah, they do. They
do.
memorize those things.
And especially exit numbers based on that, yeah. I know a few, not many, but you can see now that if there's hail with that, it's right over down near Erie. So it's crossed out of McMinn. And then right here, Union Grove to Sweetwater, that's where that storm's pretty nasty. Again, that tornado warning out there. See the red polygon here, that tornado warning out till 8:30. So we'll take a look inside of that again. Well, right near Union Grove, right there, and moving northeast pretty quickly, right along the county line. So Union Grove to Sweetwater and north appears to be where the strongest part of that storm is right now. Very fast mover. What was the forward speed of that again? That was moving northeast at 60. Northeast at 60.
That'll get through an area pretty quick.
Yeah, it will.
I was looking at Volunteer Electric. They have 3,200 customers affected. And there's one, I'm trying to get it on the map here, I'm just looking at here, as far as there's one area that is been, there's like 2,000 customers affected in one small area here, so I'm interested in that. I can't really tell.
Now, meanwhile, here's that part of Bledsoe County where that large rotation is there still with that storm. Well, at the very least, strong wind gusts, but be mindful of that tornado warning out till 8:15. 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central. And a band of strong storms, from Decatur to Spring City also. We'll keep an eye on those.
Well, I was just going to say this. I heard you mention this when I walked in about 127. US 127, perhaps. I'm not sure if I heard you right on that or not, but right, 127 and also State Route 52 is where there's quite a few customers out. I'm not sure, it just kind of appears that could have been from one cell maybe or something. And also Calhoun, near Calhoun, Tennessee. Seems like some Volunteer Electric customers have lost or being affected by power outages.
So again, there's a scope of that warning there for Kingston, Philadelphia, McMinn, Monroe. That's about to race out of Monroe and McMinn. But again, we'll keep that up there, especially for folks in Sweetwater. It looks like it's about to clear out of McMinn, but from Union Grove to Sweetwater up to Cook Mill, it's still a pretty nasty looking cell. So for those who can still watch, as Paint Rock up to Philadelphia, that'll be rotating on through. Again, look how small these cells are. If you zoom out, there's quite a bit going on locally. Not every storm is producing severe gusts, not every storm producing a possible tornado, but that's the nature of these rotating in. Not as bad farther south. It seems to be a little less. You're seeing more and more flood warnings out there, farther back to the west. And we'll keep an eye on that. A lot of lightning and thunder, but so far these have not been too strong yet. We'll keep an eye on everything to the south. So far, it's the northern part of the viewing area with the worst storms at the moment. I've got just the tornado warnings outlined there.
There was a severe thunderstorm warning issued for western Franklin County just about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, here we go.
Severe thunderstorm was located near Timms Ford Lake,
Not far from the radar site.
or 7 miles west of Winchester, moving northeast at 65. Now that's a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
Although they do have impact, with the usual damage to roof and siding and trees. I had my first damage to siding at my place.
Was it from today?
No, it wasn't from today.
Okay.
It was from the last big wind we had. It really wasn't a storm so much, but it was another day like we had today where we had very gusty winds and something was hitting the house and I didn't know what it was. And I go out and there was just one. I had to find somebody that could fix that.
I see.
Because I'm not an expert on that.
That's just west of Swanee where that warning was. Yeah, that's the thing. It's wind is going to it's like water, find the path of least resistance and cause some damage for you. Tell you, that's a pretty strong cell there also near Spring City. So this cell in Bledsoe appears to be winding down a bit. We'll keep an eye on that as it gets close to Cumberland County. And this one here still, no warning attached to that cell, but Spring City, heads up. Strong wind gust, heavy rain, lightning with that as it moves northeast. And same thing, Sweetwater. That's where that tornadic cell's moving away. They've taken now McMinn out of that tornado warning. So it's cleared McMinn County. So you're in the clear there, folks. Just barely. It just crosses the county line. And Monroe, it will be in about the next 10 to 15 minutes getting out of that part of Monroe here. So it's just north of west of Sweetwater. So again, that's another quick spin up there. These zoom ins I'm showing you, folks, are the velocity scan. We're trying to identify where the rotation is. It appears to be more northwest of Sweetwater, possibly just south of 72. And that's getting just outside our viewing area there, but it's racing east pretty quickly. If you have friends or family who live there, you want to call them, warn them, call them up, text them, let them know. And we'll keep an eye on Bledsoe. That cell is probably going to race out of Bledsoe before 8:15. It's much smaller than it was as it rolled through Dunlap. So what's left of it over near Fall Creek Falls. And this one's coming together pretty well there. That one's starting to pick up a little bit near Spring City. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah, at the very least, some strong wind gust. But we're folks in Spring City, just, right on the edge of one severe thunderstorm polygon. So let's just stay in your safe place. Let that storm pass on by. And most of this polygon here, where that severe thunderstorm warning is out for McMinn, most of the severe stuff has cleared that county, that part of the county. So basically what remains is now north, up toward Philadelphia, Lenore City, all those areas along and just west of I-75. And farther south around the city, bands of rain. Rain continues. Just going to be a while before that ends. But right now, with the exception of this warned storm west of Swanee, everything at the moment is below severe levels. But again, it can turn on a dime pretty quickly. But the warned storm, there's actually two warnings here for Franklin. You see where it bisects right there. So one warned storm here coming in southwest of Swanee. The other one here moving from Winchester northeast. So it's coming up the plateau. So west of Mount Eagle, that's where that will be impacting. And we have more and more areas now impacted by flood advisories. I believe you mentioned that flash flood warning.
Yeah, they just issued another one, a flash flood, and this covers a lot of places. So I'll read them off. But they have just kind of done a blanket here. Flash flood warning for Bledsoe County, for Northwest Bradley County, Hamilton County, Marion County, Meigs, Ray, Sequatchie. So they've just kind of blanketed the area with I'm talking about the National Weather Service out of Morristown has issued that flash flood warning, which is again something you had not mentioned too many minutes ago, because we were getting such saturated ground, and we had, I looked up I hadn't seen the radar in a large fashion as far as seeing the whole area.
Yeah,
there's a tremendous amount of rain still out there.
There is. There really is. And again, we've already had 1.5 inches of rain, and another 1 to 3 is possible. And if you live in a flood-prone area, or one that has, an area that floods pretty easily, they want to get to higher ground, or at least stay overnight in an area a little bit higher elevated. As we watch those storms now exit out of the viewing area north of Athens, calm down near Pikeville, let's take a look to the south a bit. When you start seeing individual cells like that start to pop up, see, back in here toward Atlanta, it's been pretty warm all day. So now you got to watch these cells starting to pop up near Floyd, Gordon, into Whitfield County for any quick spin up like we saw before, because it could have supercell features. So we'll keep an eye on these on the radar screen there as those move on by, because again, look back here, look how dry it's been back here. So it's been dry here and pretty warm. They got close to 80 near Rome, and they're 80 in Atlanta. So they didn't get the cooling we had, but even with the cooling, we still had severe storms, so it only stabilized a little bit. The upper level dynamics are just amazing tonight. The reason why there's such concern all week long is because when you look at the upper level dynamics alone, it just raises your eyebrow with this. I'm looking over some of the viewer comments here as we keep an eye on this activity. Trying to see if anybody is, I'm scanning over this. I may have missed some of the comments because I have my eye on the radar, but I wanted to see if anybody mentioned if anyone had any significant damage. I have seen pictures and video, and I had Sam Talley, our producer, get some video that a viewer sent us, get permission to show it, and hopefully we can show it shortly. It was pretty impressive. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You can see a funnel cloud. I can't tell if it's touching the ground or not, but that's the one that moved through Harrison and moved by just close to here. And I'll be interested to see if anybody has any damage in those areas. Lakeside, Harrison, let us know in the comments section. If you have any pictures, let us know. I appreciate everybody who's watching on our live streams tonight and giving us your comments, keeping you updated. That's what we do. We call it team coverage, Bill. It's
yes,
one of those things.
It is. It's the way it goes, and the way it happens.
Speaking of Sam Talley, here he comes.
I can tell.
I texted you the ones we have permission.
Okay.
Get it through your phone, or do you want me to?
Yeah, can we route it? I'd love to show it on air. If we could show it, that would be great.
Yeah, I'll get the directors.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know in the IFB, and we'll definitely put it up there. All right. We'll as these start to expire, these tornado-warned storms, we'll go back to regular programming, but we'll continue on the digital stream because it appears those have moved out of the tornado polygon. So I believe those folks in Bledsoe County are in the clear now out of that. Again, we'll watch for any damage reports in those areas. Let's see, where are we? We're going to keep an eye on that for you while that warning remains active. And still that storm is outside the viewing area. Is pretty nasty there up near Kingston. I'm going to filter out the flash flood warning here because it's obscuring the radar just a bit. We'll toggle it back on, at times during the night, but I don't want to, it kind of obscures where the rainfall is. Again, just watching that area, Pikeville to Spring City, it appears what was left of that is raced on out. its cell right there as it raced on through. They have that warning out for the next few minutes. We'll see if that remains the case. Again, all that area in Monroe and McMinn that was under the tornado warning has been lifted. There's still a pretty strong cell, northern Megs, kind of feeding off the outflow from that storm. So just be aware of that. And that's going to be racing again out of northern Megs pretty quickly. It's not far from 10 Mile. Yeah, very heavy rain, little lightning with it, and pretty strong winds with it as well. Doesn't appear to be a rotating storm, but we'll keep an eye on that for you. That's the problem with these storms tonight, is how quickly they're evolving there. And then we're keeping an eye also to the south. Again, for you folks watching, not under any warnings, South Pittsburgh, Chattanooga, Lafayette, Chatsworth, Dalton, Cleveland, Ocoee. Things are mainly wet right now, not severe. But as I mentioned, we'll start to keep an eye on what's happening with these individual cells. They've been coming out of an area with a little more energy to feed off of, so we'll watch them. They're small but discreet, but we'll have to see if they develop anything. So heads up Calhoun to LJ, Chatsworth, as we watch these start lifting north and northeast. We'll keep an eye on those for you. We're straight up now 8 o'clock on this busy Saturday evening. Going through the count. See, Mindy says thundering and raining in Ottawa. Rebecca says Eton, north of Chatsworth, no rain, just clouds. All right. All right.
There was a storm up, this is not here, but I-40, and it was between I-75. And based off multiple reports of a tornado with this storm, they have went with a confirmed tornado, but that is north. Yeah,
that's one to Kingston, right?
Yeah, it must be, because it also says if you're downstream of this, like in Oak Ridge, for instance, they are warning people there that might be headed in that direction. Yeah,
that's the same one that had the warning. It still has a warning on it. It's now outside the viewing area, but yeah, there it is right there, and here's intersection of 4075. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
They did just expand that warning, and there's Oak Ridge. Yeah, so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, friends, family in Oak Ridge, so let them know. That storm's had a history of having some rotation with it, so yeah. We'll see what happens with that one as it moves northeast pretty rapidly. Let me show you the latest high-res long-range forecast. I've had a lot of folks asking about, how does it look the rest of the night? We got a long way to go. You got to take it minute by minute here, hour by hour. I'll let it load here for a second. This is based on, it up to hour. So this is around 9 o'clock. Over the next hour, we'll see the rain is over. It's now kind of expanding a bit. And this takes us to about 10, 11 o'clock. See how slow it's moving? So that's over to the next 3 hours. It'll make it almost to the North Carolina state line. And then maybe around midnight, the back edge is near Chattanooga. All right. And then by 2 a.m., east of I-75, and by 3, rather quickly exiting out. So that's roughly a timeline for the rest of the evening. Now, of course, what about severity? Well, as we're seeing now, we got to be mindful. There's still a lot of energy coming out of North Georgia and Alabama. And so we'll have to watch and see, like we've seen lately, if there are any quick spit-ups. Be aware it's very windy, but individual storms can produce gusts at severe levels above 60. And again, as we've also already seen, some individual tornadoes are possible. But I'm just taking you through a timeline: midnight, 1 a.m., and 3 a.m. exiting to the east. And again, all of our viewing area under tornado watch till 1 a.m. Eastern. We're also under a flood watch until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, but a flood warning for all areas around Chattanooga. So there's that new tornado warned storm. It's just outside our viewing area, but not far from Loudon up to Oak Ridge. For folks who may have friends or family there, that's the cell. And that's the one we tracked coming out of Athens that had the tornado warning with it. Again, it's moving pretty rapidly to the northeast. So heads up for you folks in Oak Ridge, Lenore City, and now just north of Loudon. And as Bill mentioned, right near the intersection of I-40, I-75, that was, they said that was confirmed?
Yes, they went with confirmed.
Okay.
Because they've had multiple reports of actually witnessing it.
Okay. And I mentioned the flash flood warning. This, again, covers a lot of real estate, but we've already had an inch and a half of rain already, more rain to fall, anywhere between 1 and 3. You could just get 1, you could have as many as 3. So again, flash flood warning out till midnight for Bledsoe, northwestern Hamilton, northwestern Bradley, all of Hamilton, Marion, Meigs, Ray, Sequatchie. So we looked at the storms north. Here's the ones to the south, folks. And again, this is where it's, I don't want to use the word percolating, but it is, because it's been feeding off some of that warmth and instability. And when you get individual cells like this ahead of a line, they can be pretty nasty. So let's keep an eye on that near Calhoun in Gordon County. Let's just take a look at it. It's a small one. That's near Plainville. I'm going to use the Peachtree City radar on this one. Yeah, you can see right near Plainville, just a little bit, a little hint of a little bit of rotation there, a little bit. So at the very least, some very strong wind gusts. So heads up in Calhoun. Pretty small cell coming your way. It's got some nasty winds with it, bursts of heavy rain, and quite a bit of lightning. So make some noise there in southern Gordon County. So let's keep an eye on that. And again, it's these cells. Right, yeah. We'll keep an eye on those. No warnings with those yet. Yeah, I'm looking over our comments here with folks. I'm trying to, everyone's answering the same thing. What about my county, my city? I'm trying to show that by taking tours around the radar. So hopefully we answer your questions there. I gave you the timeline tonight. So, I'm just trying to keep you updated because we've had to bounce around different areas where there's individual storms going on. And for some where there's been that heavy, very clear rotation, we've had to kind of spend more time in those areas. So not ignoring you. But if you're not mentioned, maybe that's a good thing. You don't have a lot going on. But in and around the city, had a lot of rain, lightning, enough to warrant that flash flood warning. And again, I would say locally, we're going to keep an eye on these cells here. So heads up Whitfield, Murray, Gilmer, Fannin. See if anything develops from those. South, though, this is something. There's not been many warnings to the south and in around Birmingham area. There's some of this back edge line back here. There's still a lot of upper level energy. So rain does cool and stabilize things, but it doesn't stabilize everything. The upper level winds are so strong. So even this back edge line has got a couple of spin-ups there, not far from Muscle Shoals. But farther south, the warnings have been south of Birmingham. So that's been something interesting. There's been a little less of the warnings. We hope it stays that way, but again, this thing's still evolving. We can always be hopeful. But again, we're gonna watch and see what these do. Let's just give you a quick timeline on this cell here. So this small cell here, they could have at the very least some strong wind gusts. Sugar Valley, Chatsworth, Cisco. So between now and 9 o'clock. And likewise, the cell south of there. We're tracking this just so you know, folks know. For parts of Murray, Gilmer, Fannin, between now and 9 o'clock, that cell's going to lift your way. So watch out in Fairmont, watch out in Ramhurst. I mean, I'm just noting these cells because, they're kind of outliers on their own. They're like mini supercells. Let's see if they hold together. I'm not rooting them on whatsoever. I hope they don't. But everywhere else, these severe storms are exiting to the north. Even that one near 10 Mile is now north. Still raining heavily, Spring City. We'll take a look at that again from a velocity point of view. I had turned off Morristown momentarily. I'll turn it back on here. See a little bit better. Yeah, it's mainly some straight line winds with that. What appears to be. Nevertheless, until that storm passes by, it'll still be pretty loud there, Spring City. Let's see. It's around 8:12. These will start to expire, these to the north, in a few moments.
I got a picture in here. I'm going to have the see if we can get that ready for air.
Yeah, ask them about that.
And I asked about the video. Was there a video? Is that what we were waiting on?
Yeah, is this a photo or is this a?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, so this is from Jason Mays, a picture from Jason Mays. This was on, this was Elk Springs Road in Harrison. Yeah, you can see, look at that. That's, yeah, that's you can see definitely funnel cloud there. Can't tell from the trees if it's touching the ground, but definitely a funnel cloud there. That's from Tail Springs Road. That's from Jason Mays.
This is the same area.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. And I'm getting that ready.
So this is in Collegedale, the next one. From David Kyle. All right, that's some good video here. Oh, you can see the wall cloud lowering there a bit. Just beyond that, looks like apartment complex in the background. Yeah, you can see that. I would imagine where he's looking is looking west of Collegedale, where that video was taken, based on, if I remember correctly, the radar at the time. So definitely some lowering there. Interesting. Yeah, that's good video. Yeah, appreciate both those folks for sending that in. Be sure to go to our Chime In page on the News Channel 9 website, and that'll get you right to where you can post it online, and you can actually quickly allow permission for us to show it on air. And that's what we did just there. And hey, getting video from all of you is fantastic. You're our eyes on the ground at times, and we have these severe weather events happen. Let's take a look at one more picture from Lindsay and Ottawa. This again is some video. Ottawa near Highway 58. You can see it back there behind the trees. This is from that same cell that produced a possible tornado this is about an hour ago. And you can see, can't tell beyond the trees there, but you can definitely see what appears to be a funnel cloud there. What was Lindsay's last name on this one? Lindsay Thornton. So Lindsay, thank you for posting that video. All right, back to the radar point of view. It's just, you know, it's been one of those nights, folks. Again, I enjoy getting the pictures. I'm glad when they're from a distance, but if you're ever in danger, don't worry about getting the video. You get to safety first, but we appreciate these videos. We do. Again, there's those cells in Gordon County. Just keep it a close eye on. Chatsworth, heavy rain coming your way. Ranger, Calhoun. So you're in situations like this, you start seeing a cell shaped like a kidney bean, that gets your attention. And that's what's got my attention with this one, why we're kind of watching that. More ragged appearance of this one, and a little bit faintly here south of Ranger. But that one, let's take a look at a velocity scan again. Let's look inside that little thing. It's got some wind gusts with it, right? They're just west of Calhoun.
Well, I never heard the kidney bean analogy.
Yeah, that's what they look like.
They do.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Calhoun to Resaca, just know it's a fast mover, and it could have, you know, at the very least, some heavy rain and strong wind gust, because the upper level winds are pushing it along about 45 miles an hour. Heads up in Dalton as that moves north. Again, there's no warning with that yet. You know, we'll wait and see on that. Ranger up to Chatsworth. Be aware. But we'll keep an eye on that one, definitely near Resaca in south of Dalton. That's right along 75. Getting close to Carbondale, up to Dalton. But that one just, I don't like the looks of it. You know, just kind of looks suspicious. All right, this is a new one here. New tornado warning here for Van Buren County. Yep, just issued there for Van Buren County. It's a brand new tornado warning, Van Buren County and Eastern White County. This is out till 8:45 Eastern, 7:45 Central. National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles south of Spencer and moving north at 50 miles an hour. Again, radar indicated tornado warning with that. The storm itself is not far from Welchland. It'll be near Spencer by about 7:20. So again, that's a new tornado warning out for Van Buren County. And that's the cell right there. Again, we'll look inside the storm from a velocity point of view, and you can see the area being watched right there, not far from Welchland. And moving northeast, it's about 8 miles south of Spencer, and moving north at 50. So it's going to go from here to the end of this polygon through the hour. Do a tracker on that. It's going to go above the banner there a little bit. That gets outside the viewing area. But Spencer around 728, probably a little faster than that. National Weather Service estimates 720. So let's keep in mind what the National Weather Service projects there. 720 Central, that's 820 Eastern. Monterey around 8 o'clock, and Mayland around 7:58. These are all again Central Time. So we'll we'll keep an eye on that. Again, that's a brand new tornado warning for Van Buren County for this cell right here, just 8 miles south of Spencer. That is out until 7:45 Central, 8:45 Eastern. Let's take a look at another video we have here from earlier this evening. This is from Brad McNeese in Bledsoe County. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, you can see some, a lot of lightning there. It's about 7:40 local time there. Yeah. Very ragged appearance there on the base of that storm. And that's where that cell that was rolling through Bledsoe, that's when they came from Dunlap northward through Bledsoe. I don't know if we're watching a repeated loop. There's a lot of lightning with that. Okay. Yeah, that's, Brad, thank you for that video. Yeah, that was that cell that's now out of Bledsoe County, but for a while it was pretty vicious there rolling by. So there's the, again, tornado warning storm that we have here. South of Spencer, moving north at 50, so Sparta, Spencer, this part of Van Buren County into White County could be impacted by that particular storm. Again, it's got not your classic look from a velocity point of view, but you can tell it's very broad, but nevertheless, if it just tightens up just a little bit, you can kind of see right there east of Welchland, right there, and just to the south of Spencer. So be aware of Mooneyham. That part of Van Buren County, just get to a safe place, stay there until this passes on by. These are all very fast movers. Now again, all those other warnings that are out locally have expired. So we'll keep an eye on that for Van Buren County. Still a pretty nasty cell here near Spring City. Again, I'm going to take the flash flood warning off again, just so it's not obscuring the radar there just a little bit. And the main warning locally is for over Van Buren County. All the other severe thunderstorm warnings have expired also. So we're dealing with that one tornado warning there over Van Buren County. And we'll keep an eye on that activity near Calhoun also, as I mentioned. A couple other photos here. Let's take a look at what we got here, Alex. This is Chris Eckel in Ottawa. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that you can see right there. I think I saw this photo earlier. Is this the one you had, Bill, or is this the one
this
that?
is
Yeah,
the one we just got it built.
yeah. You can clear. You can easily see a funnel cloud there. Can't tell if it's touching the ground, but yeah, that's.
From what I understand, this is taken from Ooltewah, looking towards Highway 58.
So it's looking back to the west.
That's right.
Looking back to the west. Yep. Yeah.
Which would make sense because that's what we had been hearing about.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this one from Harrison Bay. This is from Nicole Hall. And again, what's left of or wherever, if it produced from that storm, pretty ragged appearance there. And again, that could be, I can't really tell. It's kind of zoomed in, so I can't tell for the most part if it's part of, rotating wall cloud or not. But still, nevertheless, impressive photo. Thank you, Nicole, for that. Yeah, it's impressive. Yeah, thanks everybody for sending those in. So again, at the moment, the only warning locally is over Van Buren County, and we'll go back to that storm momentarily. I'm keeping an eye, again, to that storm near Dalton to Resaca. I mean, look at it. See where there's high reflectivity showing up? That could have some hail with it. Right there. In fact, I'll turn on the hail tracker. Let's see. That could have some hail right where it's, that purple shading, right in there. I'll do one more velocity scan. And you can kind of see there's just, if there is, it's very broad, that rotation, but you can kind of tell right at the county line between Gordon and Whitfield County, right there. Not far from Sugar Valley and Resaca. So again, we'll watch that for for Whitfield County. So you folks in Whitfield, just be aware. South of Dalton, pretty nasty cell, and we're going to keep an eye on that. So heads up in Dalton. Just be aware of that, and we'll see if that becomes stronger, if they pop a warning on that or not. We have one more. Is this one more video? Is that right? And this will be out of Birchwood. Okay, same thing. You've seen it from a great distance there, but right behind that house, that's that same cell.
It is.
Rode through Harrison to Birchwood, Georgetown area. And again, I'd be anxious to know if there's been any damage. I certainly hope not. You could tell, easily a tornado appearance there. See if it's not all the way to the ground. But yeah.
Still would have the damaging winds with
Yeah,
something
absolutely.
like
Yeah. Yeah, we had that I mentioned earlier, very same cell rolled past us that
So I heard.
that caused that. And it was, it was for about 60 seconds or so. We had pretty rough winds, and then it was all gone. And then as soon as I came back, I was out about to take video. Next, I could hear it roaring. I said, let me take some video. And then it stopped. So I came back into the radar. I thought, let me look at that. And all of a sudden, at the same moment, they popped. And I was like, oh, yeah, you could clearly see it. But it developed that quickly.
Well,
Again, we're keeping a close eye on that one near Dalton. We'll see if that develops any more. Let's take a look at this picture from Shallowford area. Yep. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you can see this sent in by Kimberly Gatlin. And yeah, you can see that lowering base there. It's over near the mall, the Shallowford Road area.
ooh, I didn't see that.
That's ugly. I'm glad we're not hearing a lot of reports of damage, because where this moved over, some of these storms, it was highly populated areas. So if we got by without damage, that's a good thing. But I'll be anxious to hear, if we've had any damage there. I've not seen any reports passed along. I'm trying to, follow as many of the reports we're getting from our viewers here, but I haven't heard any confirmation there. Yeah, Sue is watching face. I appreciate you, Sue. We're watching out for you too. Guess what? We're keeping an eye on that cell that's down near Dalton. Let me get back to Van Buren County. That's been a very fast mover, moving through Van Buren. It's just to the east of Spencer now, between Spencer and Mooneyham, and it's about to move into White County. But I want to give you just a brief update on that. It's been moving over a large rural area there, right along Highway 30 and 111. So it's right in between those two areas, and the wind scan in that, you can still see, it's how it looked before. But you can see right there when it was near Mooneyham, could be producing a tornado at the very least, and very strong wind gust. So again, that's between Spencer and Mooneyham there in Van Buren County. So again, that tornado warning out in Van Buren County, that runs until 7:45, roughly the next 15 minutes. And a lot of folks sending in their photos, and we appreciate that. Hey, if you don't mind, send those, go to our website, newschannel9.com, and click on Chime In. And that could get it to us a lot faster, so we don't have to filter it through our email. We can just get it right through Chime In and go right to air with it a lot faster. So if you don't mind sending it that way, we appreciate it. We appreciate everybody who's emailed, and that's great. Don't mind that at all. But it just makes it a little bit faster in how we can facilitate it on air. But I appreciate everybody who sent these in. Again, this is a tornado-warned storm for that part of Van Buren County. Highway 30 between Mooneyham, Spencer, very broad rotation with that storm. At the very least, it could be producing damage and wind gusts. We'll keep an eye on that for you. That's out for the next 15 minutes. It'll probably exit Van Buren in the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes. But, in that part of Van Buren County, just stay in a safe place to let that pass by. And still, this cell here could be a hail producer near Phelps and Keith's Mill, Carbondale area, right along Highway 41, where it loops back to Dalton. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up.
I was just looking at the Weather Service page as far as local storm reports. There have been a few, mostly wind damage, trees down, that kind of thing. I have one from Bledsoe County, have in Griffith Creek, In Marion County, some thunderstorm wind damage reported by the public. And let's see if there was one other here. There was, the public reported hail up to 1 inch was photographed in Lakeside, Tennessee.
Okay.
How about that?
And that's with that possibly tornado-producing storm. Yeah.
That's right.
And here's a look at our hail tracker. Little hail what came out of that cell that's now moved into Whitfield County, just confirmed that on the hail tracker there. So that has been a hail producer. So that's the past hail. So where it is now is south of Dalton. So that one has had a history of producing some hail. So be aware of that. Cardale, Dalton area, and then you're going to go right on 52 there, right between Dalton and Chatsworth. Heads up, that could be a hail producer there. Let's take a look at another, is this video? This is just photo, I'm sorry. Alex behind the scenes giving me all the info here. Kevin Harper out of Sweetwater. Yo, this is that cell that was rolling through Monroe and McMinn County. Yeah, you can see that. That's the one that moved, I believe, that's affecting Loudon near Oak Ridge. So that looks like that could be on the ground. Wow. That's, well, you can tell he was in the car there and just stopped and grabbed that one. Good to be a distance away. So thank you, Kevin, for sending that. That was up near Sweetwater with those tornado-warned storms that, again, have moved northward toward Oak Ridge in the I-40, I-75 area. Raced off to the north. Wow. So again, I've got train radar here just watching the Dalton area with that small cell lifting away. The other two cells didn't amount to too much at the moment. I mean, it's raining heavily and there's a lot of lightning, but from LJ to right along the Fannin, Murray, and Polk County line, it's raining heavily, lightning, but not severe. But we'll keep an eye on that one between Dalton and Chatsworth, right along the Murray and Whitfield border. That's just the one I've been kind of keeping an eye on there for a while. And again, just to update you on this tornado-warned storm in Van Buren County, the strongest part of that storm is right on the county line now. This is a velocity scan. Again, we're seeing that, there is a rotating storm there. You can see right in here. As it lifts north and east, it's probably going to cross more into White County. But still heads up Spencer, Mooneyham until that passes through. Let's see. All right, Alex, what was that one more time? What do we have next? Oh, yeah, let's take a look. This is the EPB power outage map. So at least from a EPB customer point of view, and Bill was mentioning this a few minutes ago, so far it's on the low end of the scale as far as outages. And of course, we certainly hope it stays that way. But again, we've got potential for still some strong wind gusts in spots that, again, could be an issue as we go through the night. With the saturated ground, of course, there could be more trees down if we get some of those stronger gusts, like they're seeing there in Van Buren County, which I've shown. So, Alex, thank you for that. And again, one more time, this is the storm that's right along the Van Buren White County line, about to pass out of Van Buren County. That tornado warning out till 8:45 Eastern, 7:45 Central. So we'll watch that one. That at the moment. Before I pan out, let me say that it's the only warning locally. We're all under a tornado watch till 1 a.m., but so far that is the only warning locally. I'll also show you some of the, let's see, got these wind and damage report map here. Bill's mentioning some of these, and we'll show you from a map point of view what we have out here. This is as far as wind damage and wind gust reports. And so we'll start north where a lot of these nasty storms have been. And this is near the Mont Eagle area. Let's see. A few trees down. That happened just after 6 o'clock Central. So over eastern Grundy. Possible structure damage to a home if there was a tree in Palmer. Radar estimate time around 6 o'clock. Don't like to hear that. Now let's go to the border of Marion and Sequatchie. You mentioned this one, Griffith Creek.
Yeah.
Several trees down around 611 Central. So again, these have been pretty powerful. Is this the same one? No, this is a different one. Trees down, trees were twisted. And that was with that cell, that tornado-warned cell that rolled through Dunlap into Bledsoe. So possibly, maybe, that could have been tornadic in damage. And I believe this one is a lightning strike report near Decatur. Oh, no. That was from earlier this morning. Yeah, lightning strike damage to the Meigs County Courthouse. Now, we also had a lightning strike a home, Signal Mountain, earlier today. But, oh, that's, wow. But those are the only damage reports close by. And in fact, if you go back to the west a bit, what you don't see any tornado reports. You see a lot of wind damage reports, which is bad enough, but you don't see the tornado reports there. So it's mainly just make sure everything's turned on, all are toggled on. As far as tornado reports, we've had a few down here, north of Birmingham. So the Sipsey area is for unconfirmed but possible tornado damage there. That was a cell near Coleman that had a warning out for a while earlier on this evening. And just checking these just for, Tuscaloosa County near Elrod, numerous trees down, a few trees uprooted, and a storm spotter saw that tornado. Again, that's a good distance away from us, but that was earlier on today. Let's see, here's a wind gust report from earlier today. 62 miles an hour. That, of course, is in Wares Valley. You're getting those mountain gusts up in there. So not exactly storm related, but more of conditionally related to the weather system that we have coming in. Crossville, I believe this is a flooding report. Yeah, flash flooding, water flooding the road between 127 and Crossville and Clark Range. So that gives you an idea of where we stand so far. We have another video coming up here. This is Chris Capehart on I-75. I'm assuming this is this is I-75 at Hamilton County. Yep. Oh, yeah. That appears to be that cloud associated with that same storm. Yeah. What was the name again on that one? So Chris Capehart. Thank you, Chris, for sending that in. Appreciate you. All right, let's go back to the radar point of view as we've looked at the damage locally. And just a reminder that flood watch remains in effect until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yeah, that tornado warning storm popped up quick. That one's near Rockwood, but borderlining Cumberland County, as we were talking there. That's how fast these things can pop up, Bill.
It did. And the thing is that I have not received that.
Yeah, some of those that come in from that part, that was issued just a few moments ago. They did an update on it, and I think adjusted the polygon there. So, for that part of Cumberland County. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's out till 8 o'clock, but again, it's more toward Rockwood, about the exit out of Cumberland. So that came out of Spring. Yeah, that came out of Spring City. There was no warning with that. We showed what was going on with that, and then that popped a warning. That's how quickly those develop. I mean, you can see gusty winds in Spring City, but again, once it went to Cumberland County, amazing. Just, that's how quickly it can happen. Yeah, you can see right just east of Crossville, where it crosses 27 and Highway 70, right before that little bit of static there on the radar signal, right there. So there it goes. Boy, that came out of, that's the same cell, again, that same cell that came from Spring City, and then it just tightened up. So that part of area east of Crossville, I think that's over near Crab Orchard, isn't it? That's about to exit out of the county, but that warning just popped moments ago for that part of Cumberland, and now they've lifted it. So,
Well, that was like,
that was quick.
that was very quick.
Yeah. Hey, they're doing their job. You know, that's what you have to do. But, but folks, that's how quickly these can develop. Broad area of just rain across northwest Georgia. Other parts of southeast Tennessee. And we'll keep an eye on these cells here that are east of I-75, where they've been tapping into a little more available moisture there. So what we're going to do, Bill, is we're going to continue our, for now, we're going to, since those warnings have been lifted, we're going to, Van Buren and that Cumberland have been lifted away. I want to have them go back to regular programming on TV, but we're going to stay on our digital stream. So I'm going to leave for just a second so I can tell them that we're going to leave the on-air feed. They got it? Okay, they got it. So we're going to keep the digital feed going, but thank you those who have been watching us on air. We'll have further break-ins and notifications when needed throughout the night.
That's already done. Man, I saw that. I'm sorry. I saw a.
Oh, it's fine.
I saw a warning pop up in that.
Yeah.
But it's a thunderstorm warning for Bledsoe County.
Oh, I see.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Right before it was the.
Well, that's
something else.
Yeah, and we're still on the digital stream here, but that's where we're trying to walk that tightrope to let the folks on programming watch programming, but also keep everyone up to date. But sometimes you get all of a sudden there's a new warning popping up.
Yes.
And it's just it's crazy.
So this was just issued severe thunderstorm warning for central Ray County in East Tennessee, northern Bledsoe in East Tennessee. You got it. And that's in effect until 9:15. So
it's that
about
storm
30
near
minutes.
Pikeville, right?
Let's see here. Yes, it's 9 miles northeast of Pikeville, moving north again at 60 miles per hour.
That is hauling. So that's about 9 miles northeast of Pikeville, moving north at 60. Hello, Maggie.
Hi. Wanted to let you know our reporter Lily Butler is out right now. She's tracking some of this as well on the ground.
Okay.
And right now she's headed towards the Sweetwater area. So
Okay.
if there's anyone that's seeing any damage, if they want to let us know.
Yeah, definitely, folks, if you know, because we really rely on your reports that you have for us, and also the storm spotter reports. We haven't had a lot. That's what we've been asking folks about. It's been impressive wall cloud sightings and a few tornado sightings, especially that one in Sweetwater. I haven't had confirmation of damage, but it wouldn't surprise me north of Sweetwater, that Union Grove, Sweetwater, Loudon area is very possible, just based on what we saw with radar.
We are also hearing, and I'm not sure if people can hear me very well on the live stream, can they?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So Dunlap Fire Department has actually just been dispatched out for a mutual aid request. This is from Grundy County. They're assisting Palmer Volunteer Fire Department with a potential tornado touchdown.
Okay.
Again, that's according to Dunlap Fire Department. A tornado has not yet been confirmed in that area, but they've received a lot of wind damage, lots of trees with homes being damaged there as well.
Okay.
And this, of course, that request is that they're helping with came from Tri-State Mutual Aid Association. Dunlap Fire is responding to that right now to help anyone.
Then again, we were looking at a storm damage report in southern Bledsoe County that reported trees were twisted. So that may match up well.
It might.
Because that storm was coming through Sequatchie, got to Bledsoe, and then once it got into Bledsoe, you could tell it was really tightening up. And you could really see the circulation there. So is she already on her way to Sweetwater?
She's almost there.
Okay, I was going to say if she didn't, I'd say that's the area I would go to. Definitely could get there a little quicker, but that's okay. Yeah, but to hear what Lily has to say and find out from
and
that.
Hopefully we will be able to take her live, David, here shortly. I'll send her a link to our live stream, and maybe we can get her to pop up in here. Do you have capabilities for that from here?
I do not.
Okay.
This stream is Ask Maddie.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
She started this one, so
Number of experts.
we did it this way to reach more people. I think if I had it on mine, it would be, limited. So she's probably a better luck of having this get
We'll
out.
make that work.
Yeah, we people typically when they see our live streams, it's running through my page, and so we ran it differently tonight, just so we reach more people all at once. And so I had to put that alert on my page. Hey, you're not going to get an alert, but just check out my page and you'll see it. So let's take a look at this cell here that prompted that severe thunderstorm warning. It's near Pikeville. I am going to see these in my sleep later on,
Yeah, you
whenever tomorrow morning arrives, because it's just one after the other. But they're just, like, again, the circulation with that, you can kind of see very broad. It's very broad. We're looking inside the storms. It's very, very broad circulation, but it very well could produce those damaging wind gusts. We'll have to see if any of that tightens up. But 60-mile-an-hour gusts are possible. That's what we're outlined for in those severe weather updates, and not surprised to see that. Look at some comments. Barbara notes it's getting noisy in Harrison again. I can hear it too. Barbara, there's quite a bit of thunder and lightning around us. We've had that all day. It's been a noisy day. Mm-hmm. So this system, at the very least, has been a noise producer. Yes, McCaskill's telling us, letting us know their weather radio off for that severe thunderstorm warning in Ray and Bledsoe. That's what we zoomed in on. But it's good that you let us know, let everyone else know, and that's the one that we see right there. And put that warning up there for. So appreciate you letting everybody else know that. And again, if you're watching live, it's 8:47 Eastern. You lose track of time when you do these things. So, looking out back here, it seems the back edge is back here. What's interesting, there are, I hate to say it, there are no warnings. I love to say it, but I hate to say it because I'm going to jinx it. There are no warnings at the moment back here west of I-65. A lot of lightning. Even back here, not so much. So those that had the opportunity to feed off that unstable air in Georgia, that little cluster right there has so far behaved, it's produced hail, but zipped past Dalton, hopefully with not much fanfare. It's right near Cisco and Eton, I love saying Eton, and Ellijay with some heavy rain. But again, not a peep as far as it reaching severe levels. I'll look at the velocity scan again. As soon as I say that, there's broad. It's a strong storm. So Crandall, Cisco, let's keep an eye on that thing. That's got a little bit of within the storm formation there. Let's keep an eye on that. That's right near the Bradley, Polk, Whitfield, Murray line. That's a quad county line right there. You folks in southern Bradley, near Felker, Old Fort, and near Beaverdale, Gap Spring. Let's just stay eyes peeled on this. This moves by. Dowdy says a lot of thundering in East Lake area. Yeah, it's still, aside from these individual cells you're watching, folks, it's just raining and lightning all over the place. Fortunately, around the city, it's just good old rain producers, good old soakers.
Yeah, and this morning we definitely had that.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, Olivia was handling things this morning, and I was helping her with some of the setup, and she said, "Hey, you need to." Yeah, I was on the phone with her. She goes, "Hey, you should probably take a nap or something for coming in for a long day." I said, "I'll try," but it's like a drum outside, you know, with the lightning, but
well, yeah.
didn't help. So, I'll get sleep at some point.
That's right.
Maybe Monday. Yeah.
Could be.
And again, that severe thunderstorm Pikeville, that's now into the northern part of the county. It's right along 127. It's, you know, we've had repeated rounds through there. And as Maggie mentioned, we're going to check on possible tornado damage, or at the very least, strong wind damage around Dunlap, as we were tracking that about almost an hour and 90 minutes ago. Now, I've been interested to watch what happens here with Huntsville. This is from a sports point of view, but it's also weather related. Now, those of you who may not know this, I'm a graduate of Jacksonville State University. The Fighting Gamecocks.
Yes.
Well, they're in Conference USA, and they're playing in the Conference USA basketball final tonight against Liberty. And the game is being held in Huntsville.
Aha.
And the game is delayed. They've delayed it because of all the warnings going by, and I think they're going to wait for this last line to go by, but I was wanting to know if that game had even gotten a chance to start, and it didn't. So, interesting. I'm kind of glad they delayed it. You don't want people in an arena with
Well, that's right.
a lot of storms going on. Well, there's a new warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Bledsoe, Hamilton, Ray, Sequatchie. More specifically, southwestern Ray, southeastern Sequatchie, South Central Bledsoe, northeastern Hamilton until 9:30. Storm located right near Soddy Daisy, moving north at 60 miles an hour. Moving, I have to double check. Moving north at 60 with gust of 60. I had to make sure I was correct on that.
That's right. It's both the movement and also the potential wind gusts.
So that's straddling the line where you go from Sequatchie, Bledsoe, into southern Ray. So right where they've already had that polygon out there for that warning in Bledsoe, now you got one coming around it. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll take a look inside that. Yeah, I mean, I see why. You can see a little bit of right there, almost Soddy, up on the kind of up almost on Soddy Mountain, in the mountain area there around the county line. And we'll watch that. I'm moving it back and forth there. As you can see in the timeline, yeah, it's worthy of a warning. We'll see if that's just a loft or at the surface, but at the very least, it's got some gust with it. Very possible. And it's with that part of the cell right there. And back to that one here, we were just kind of closely watching on the Bradley, Whitfield, Murray, Polk County line. This is a geography test. You can see the heavy rain with that, but so far that cell has behaved. A lot of lightning north of Ellijay. A lot of lightning in many places. It's pretty loud, but where you don't have a warning, it's just noisy out there. And just a reminder, I've seen some questions, people asking about is the watch still in effect? And yes, it is. Let me back up and show you. So flood watch in effect till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We do have a flood warning out for several counties. I'll show that coming up. And also tornado watch out till 1 a.m. So again, that remains possible with these storms that we've already seen tonight. We've already had several warnings. At the very least, getting pictures of some wall clouds and funnel clouds, and even reports of damage, like from Dunlap and again north of Sweetwater. So, it's lived up to the billing. I just don't want to get any worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, a little bit of a lull. I mean, as far as warnings are concerned, not coming, quite so fast. But that still is an awful lot of precipitation and still a lot of thunder.
Yeah. You just heard that on the rooftop there. That was good timing there.
Yeah, I get it. Don't let your guard down.
Perfect timing. And people asking, are we in the clear yet? Well, unfortunately, no, we're not in the clear yet. I wish we could be, but we're not. So we've got to wait for all this to move on through. Fortunately, what's going on to the west is not too intense. Let's keep it that way. Fingers crossed it does stay that way. I am one of these people. People say, oh, do you like tracking severe weather? I say, well, I do it just to inform people to be safe. Do I like severe weather? No. I mean, if there's a day where you've got a level 3, level 4 risk and it's not so bad, that's a great day in my book. That's a day that, if there's not a whole lot going on, that's fantastic. Because the last thing you want to do is go through a level 3, level 4 day and it's just all over the place. So I'm glad of where we are at the moment. That it's been manageable, but we're not out of the woods yet by any stretch of the imagination. Still a lot to go with here, and we just got to be careful as we go. Oh, you know what? Remember we just talked about that rotation there? Mm-hmm. Look at that.
There it is.
Tornado warning. There it is.
It just came in. I'll read it.
Go right ahead. I'll pop this up there.
If that's all right with you. We have National Weather Service in Morristown issued a tornado warning for southwest Ray County in East Tennessee, east central Sequoia County in East Tennessee, south central Bledsoe County, and north central Hamilton County.
Okay. That's that cell just north of Saudi.
Now that's in effect until 9:30 Eastern Time, and the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles north of Saudi Daisy or 10 miles east of Dunlap, moving north at 60 miles per hour.
There you go. 7 miles exactly, right there on the velocity scan. Let me go tell them we need to get back on the air, on the over-the-air feed. And folks, you can see that right. That gave us a few minutes ago when it was just a warning. Got that's interesting, and then there it is. So this just issued, as Bill mentioned, that new tornado warning out till what time?
9:30.
9:30
Eastern time.
Eastern time. Yeah, let me go tell them to get us back on the over-air feed.
So yeah, we're just kind of getting things lined up here again.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let me know where we're on. Okay. Thanks,
and
man. Okay.
We're hopeful that we can indeed do that.
Yeah, what you're looking at here is the new tornado warning. We're going to let the on-air audience join us once again. We have another. We just now had 2 pop off. All right, so Gilmer Fannin, where we just were with those sneaky cells we were watching, that's now prompted a warning. So, as soon as you...
I jinxed it.
Yeah, no, as soon as you kind of breathe a sigh of relief for a second, then they just quickly spin up. That's how quickly it turns on it. Mm-hmm. So there's that one warning out, and now this is a new one for Fannin and Gilmer County with that cell right there. It's going to be just west of Blue Ridge, but heads up in Polk County where that could move your way. So let me, I'm going to isolate this just for a second. So you can see.
So this is for north central Gilmer in north central Georgia, yes, and northwest Fannin County in north central Georgia until 9:30 Eastern Time. At 8:57, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cherry Log or 7 miles west of Blue Ridge, moving northeast, at 55 miles per hour. Still
It's
plenty fast.
Still fast. So again, heads up for you folks. Again, I'll show you the radar coming up, but heads up in this part of Polk and Cherokee County, North Carolina. That's what those cells that have been moving out of North Georgia. We'll come back to that in just a moment. I want to show again this one just to isolate that warning, just so you can see it on the screen there. Just give me just 1 second here. I'm going to isolate that for you. Makes it a little bit easy. So just so you can see the outline and where we're talking about. Again, that's the tornado warning right there. That's for this part of Bledsoe, Hamilton, and Ray. So if you got the alert for Bledsoe, Hamilton, and Ray, this is the area that we're talking about. And more specifically, southwestern Ray, east central Sequatchie, south central Bledsoe, north central Hamilton. That tornado warning out till 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central Time. All right, now let's go back to the radar point of view. I'm going to point out the two areas that we're watching. It's this cell right here that's prompted that tornado warning. It's right on this county line of Hamilton and Bledsoe, and it's right here. And when they issued the severe thunderstorm warning, if you're watching our live stream, we noted out that, it kind of had when it was right here, it was like, that's interesting. And there it goes, right over 111, where it could be producing a tornado, and now just west and northwest of Sail Creek. So again, folks, thanks for the folks joining us on air. This is a new tornado warning out for a fairly large area, but it's a very isolated area, but it covers 4 different counties: southwestern Ray, east central Sequatchie, south central Bledsoe, north central Hamilton County. So our on-air audience joining our digital stream, this is a new tornado warning out till 9:30 Eastern Time for a storm that is moving rapidly north at 60 miles an hour. We're looking at an area that crossed right over 111. And then it's right along the Hamilton-Bledsoe County line where there could be some rotation with that. It's been very tight. If I back it up just a little bit, you can see it right there, and cross over 111, and then move off to the north. So it could cover a lot of ground here. And if we zoom out just a bit, that polygon goes all the way up here to near Pikeville. So it's going to be moving right along this area. So it's going to be kind of straddling the county lines here, where it's right along the northern Hamilton County line with Hamilton and Bledsoe, then eventually toward Ray and Bledsoe. So that's why so many counties are under that warning. But areas that could be impacted between now and 9:30 are, I pulled up the wrong map here, rural areas of southwestern Ray and east central Sequatchie, Brayton, Flat Top Mountain, Graysville, Moody, and Sail Creek. Right now, that what appears to be that rotation with that just to the west of Sail Creek. I'm going to move away from this one momentarily. We're going to come right back. We got hopscotch around here because we got 2 warnings out there. Here's the other one. This is for Gilmer and Fannin County, although the core of that's about to move out of Gilmer County. And in the area just west of Blue Ridge, very more ragged appearance on the radar screen, but you can see it. Very broad circulation there, just north and west of Blue Ridge and just south and west of Copper Hill. So that is a tornado warning out for Gilmer and Fannin. That also goes in, also 9:30. That is out till, 9:30 also.
9:30.
So if we zoom in, they mentioned Cherry Law, just right near there. Let's zoom in just a little bit more, that part of Fannin. And we'll keep an eye on that area right there. So it's right in this area here. We could have some pretty broad rotation, but the Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. So it's right on the Fannin-Gilmer County line, right there. And so just to the west of Blue Ridge. It's going over some higher terrain there. But for you folks in McKaysville, Copper Hill,
I got a few towns they mentioned here: Higdon, Epworth, Copper Hill, Colwell.
Okay.
Those are the 4 that they just happened to mention in the message for the warning.
Okay. And Copper Hill being, of course, in Tennessee, but they, but Copper Hill, McKaysville being two cities there. But yeah, that's interesting. So that's out till 9:30. Let's go back to this one. Again, this is the tornado warned storm west of Sail Creek. Let me just show you the wide view. I apologize for if you get a little dizzy there. The cell we're watching is that one. That one has some pretty interesting rotating signatures on the radar, and it's right along the Hamilton line, moving through Bledsoe, up through Ray, and racing north at about 60 miles an hour. So that's the reflectivity showing you the heavy rain. Again, there's Hendon, there's Brayton, there's Laurel Brook, Graysville. Let me show you the velocity scan. And you can see right near, just east of Hendon, and then just south of Brayton. So right there, that little bit where if a tornado was forming, this is a tornado radar indicated one. Near Hendon moving by, and then what appears to be near Brayton, but it's still straddling. Man, it's almost tight roping the Hamilton County line right there. And so beware in Brayton. Hendon, it looks like it's going to be passing just east of you, heads up in Laurel Brook. Let's put a tracker on that for you. Now again, I got to pull out here a long way because if this is moving as they say north at 60, which is not surprising based on the upper level winds, it's going to, I'm not going to be able to go far enough, but Summer City here, it'll be outpacing the polygon by 8:17 Central. Maybe near Crossville, if it still holds together. So you got another inbound storm coming your way. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, that's near Brayton and just to the east of Hendon. You see it move, how fast it's moving right there. And it's right there where we're watching right here. And then from a velocity point of view, and we'll go back to Fannin County momentarily. Velocity point of view, you can see where, right, east of Hendon to about Brayton, possible rotation there. So let's, get to your safe place, and we'll tell you when that polygon is cleared there. Again, these are the only two warned storms at the moment. I do want to show you that one in Blue Ridge, these cells we were watching for the past couple of hours that were developing down here, the one that developed here in that very unstable area, that has caused a tornado warning. The other ones didn't. That one did. But heads up in Polk County, because this one is about to reach the state line. Could have some hail with that. High reflectivity right there. And again, just northwest of Blue Ridge. Northwest of Blue Ridge right here. Could have some rotation with that. So McKaysville, Copper Hill, this storm's been moving over you in the next few minutes. So even though Polk not officially under a warning yet, let me check the warnings here because they may issue that pretty rapidly. But for Copper Hill and all of the areas in Polk County, be aware along 64 and south. So that's a tornado warning out till 9:30 for Fannin County, although the strong part of that storm is about to move closer to neighboring parts of Cherokee and even Polk County. Very narrow polygon there, but right there. Well, let's zoom in a few other communities. A lot of small towns, right? They're sort of beautiful through there. There's Copper Hill, Galloway, Ducktown. McKaysville's not going to show up because Copper Hill takes over. When we have to populate the maps with the city names, they'll override some others. So if I take out Copper Hill, McKaysville will show up, and vice versa. There's Grassy Creek, Ducktown. So with this thing moving rapidly north, just be aware these areas could be impacted along 68 and intersecting 64. So it's a fast mover. Strong wind gusts, heavy rain, and again, potential for a tornado based on radar indications there. And that is a tornado warning for Fannin County, but the storm itself is crossing into Polk County, so be aware of that. Let me check the Storm Prediction Center's latest update here.
Yeah, we may be hearing from Morristown as far as those Tennessee counties there with that storm. And Cherokee County. I'm not sure. I did get this message that the tornado watch has been extended for DeKalb County and I'm assuming Jackson County.
Okay.
Until 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central.
Okay. So the rest of us are out till 1 a.m. for that watch, but yeah, so they've been extended another hour.
Yes.
Okay. So looking over the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, as we look at these two warnings, I'm going to pull the radar screen out here so you can see both of those warnings. Very small indeed, but again, Storm Prediction Center outlines that still, because people have been asking, are we in the clear yet? And it's like, no, because as soon as you have some die down, some pop back up, but especially from where we are, Southeast Tennessee, Northwest Georgia, Northeast Alabama, heart of our viewing area, the threat's going to continue for at least a few more hours. And they note in their update here that even though a lot of this area has been rain-cooled for a while, there's a very pronounced warm front lifting north. That's causing some added lift. And the reason why there's kind of a broken line of these individual cells popping up. So again, we still got a few more, a few more hours watching this, and strong gust, upper level wind support. So we're going to have these little small quick spin ups still going to be problematic here for a few more hours. So that's the reason why the watch is out to 1 a.m. and why we have these various warnings out there. It is encouraging that to the west there have not been as many warnings, but nevertheless, still we've got these individual cells popping up. So let's go back to each individual warning that we have. And again, these are moving north at 60. I mean, these are as fast as a car on an interstate. So there it goes. You can see it started, it's almost outpacing the polygon. If we go back to less than an hour ago when it was issued, that warning, there it is right there from a reflectivity point of view. And now we'll look at it from a velocity or wind point of view. And you can see, right, let me maybe back this up just a little bit. Here we go. The same little area just north and west of Sail Creek into that part of Bledsoe County, right along the Hamilton County line. As it lifts north, where there could be rotation is now right there in the Bledsoe-Ray County line area just east of Pikeville. So what's left of that might have a tornado with it, if it is producing one, is right about there. So that's still out till 9:30 in that, but it's about to move outpace that polygon just a bit. Also outpacing the polygon is this one here in Fannin County, which is also out till 9:30. So in Copper Hill, Ducktown, it's getting windy, it's getting rainy, quite a bit of lightning with that. That's from a tornado-warned storm. And you can see how fast it was moving there. So we're going to keep an eye on that for you folks in Polk County. And you can see right near Ducktown to Copper Hill. Let's take a look, right? Yep, kind of a broad rotation there, kind of broad rotation near Copper Hill to Ducktown. So at the very least, some damaging wind gusts are very possible with that, and we'll have to see if it holds together. It's moving over higher terrain. You got Big Frog through there, Chilhowie. So we'll see if any terrain features affect this as it moves over that higher terrained area of eastern Polk County, right along 68. So be aware in Ducktown, Copper Hill. It's a nasty cell. No warning for you per se, but it comes from a tornado-warned storm that was over Fannin County. So is about to move out of Fannin County. So Blue Ridge, you're in the clear from that. It's long past you.
Temperatures are quite different in Georgia than they are in some of Tennessee anyway, where we still got a lot of 70s even.
Yeah.
Dalton, Chatsworth, LJ, all in the 70s. You go up towards Pikeville, 55, and 54 in Crossville, so there's obviously a change in air.
Things are stabilizing, yeah. And again, is good. It's interesting you mentioned that. That cell over North Georgia was that little cluster of 3 cells, so they look like kidney beans, you know. That's one of them fired up, and that was that one right there. Of those 3, that was the one, although that one near Dalton had more of the telltale signs of it, but it kind of fell apart. But that one had the warning, and it's still pretty robust over eastern Polk and western Cherokee. So, yeah, I mean, they definitely fed off that instability over North Georgia, for sure. All right, that one in Fannin County has been lifted. So, folks in Fannin County, you're in the clear, but let's keep an eye on Polk County. That's still a pretty nasty cell. Okay, so Copper Hill, Ducktown, Turtletown, heavy rain, possibly strong wind gust. We'll turn our attention back over here, where this warning remains in place, right along the Bledsoe County line. This is out till 9:30. So you can see what's left of, if there is circulation with that, right along Highway 30, right in here, what's left of that circulation there. So we'll have to see if a tornado is produced. But again, respect that polygon. If the outline's there, let's stay in a safe place till we get the all clear on that one. Again, that expires expected to be at 9:30. Although a lot of that storm is outpacing that polygon, but be aware in Bledsoe County where you've had repeated rounds, not just heavy rain, but also very strong wind gusts.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll wait for this warning to. We have Lily Butler standing by, which we'll be able to go to her in a few minutes, but I'm going to wait to make sure the status of this warning. And Lily's been up toward the Sweetwater area to let us know what has been happening up there. There's been quite a bit of activity. I've been very interested to know if there's been damage up there. Still keep an eye on that cell there, Turtletown and Ducktown. And Bill's mentioning the extension of the tornado watch. Let's look at our status here. I believe some of the Alabama counties west of our viewing area have been lifted from that. Unfortunately, none of them locally. But if all these areas farther back to the west have been lifted, west of Huntsville. But again, as Bill mentioned, for Jackson DeKalb, that's been dead until 10 Eastern. For northwest Georgia, tornado watch out till 1 Eastern, that's 1 a.m. And southeast Tennessee, and including Cherokee County, North Carolina, same thing, 1 a.m. So that's the status now. All right, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning too. That's coming just north of the city. Or is that an old one? Is that that came out of? Oh, you know what? That's been hidden within the. We mentioned that. Okay, that was the warning that was out, and then they isolated it to the tornado warning. My bad. Yeah, so we've had that up there, but sometimes it gets disguised in the radar. But we've been more focused on the tornado warning that I haven't seen the outline there. So it caught me by surprise. Like, wait, what? Did I miss that? No, no. We just.
They aren't always easy to see.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. I was like, oh, where did that come from? No, that was the older severe thunderstorm warning that will expire. And really, most of these areas where that warning was in effect, the worst part is past you. So we're still mainly concentrated on the far northern extent of that polygon, and then, of course, this part over northern, southern Bledsoe and southwestern Ray. Yeah, so it's not a new one. Anything here? I hear from folks in eastern Polk. That's some torrential downpours coming down with that. That's a fast mover, too. I'm interested to see if anybody's in reports anywhere with that. Let's see. Let's see. I'm looking over some of the viewer comments here. Yeah, I was just trying to see if anybody had any damage reports. So we'll still keep an eye on that right along the Tennessee-North Carolina border and eastern Polk. But heads up, Turtletown, Ducktown, Reliance. It's heavy rain, some lightning, and strong wind gusts. So just be aware of that. There's no warning or advisory on it, but it has had a history of having a warning with it. All of the areas down here, there's no individual cells through here. I'm going to jinx it as soon as I say it, but no individual cells. This is primarily rain and lightning. So, again, not a severe issue at the moment, okay? So, and again, if you want to look back to the west, the back edge of the line of storms, there's no warnings with them, okay? But still, this has a long way to go to push east. So, you know, that's why these watches are out to 1 a.m. It's going to take a while. And if we look farther south, things are picking up there in south of Birmingham. I mean, this area has been pretty warm, as Bill was mentioning. This is feeding off all that unstable air. This is also the area that was under that high risk. So south of I-20, we'll watch that, and we'll see if it needs to hold together for Floyd. For, you know, far southern part of our viewing area. Let's see what happens with those.
Looks like there's a lot of red polygons back there.
Yeah, don't like that at all. Not at all. But again, this one should be ending momentarily. It looks like, I really think the worst part of that storm has outpaced the polygon there. I'm going to take a look up and down that line from a velocity point of view. Yeah, let's see. Nothing that really stands out like it did before. Very broad. So we could have some strong wind gusts, but I think the worst part of that seems to have outpaced that polygon there. So we'll see if that expires in the next few minutes. Yeah, it would be both these polygons hopefully expiring soon. It's still pretty rough though. Pikeville up to Crossville, so heavy rain, wind gust. And if they do allow that to expire, we'll let our on-air audience go back to regular programming. But we'll wait that until we get the all clear. And that's what we want to wait on. We want to make sure everybody's safe. Turtletown, pretty good downpour there with that once warned storm. And again, these two polygons here will expire at 9:30. So about the next 7 minutes. So we'll hold there until that time happens. I'll show you the latest high-res model point of view. Now, again, these models have to adjust every hour to what's going on. So sometimes radar activity outpaces the model. And that can be, frustrating from a forecasting point of view, but you have to do more nowcasting. So I really think we're going to focus on the back line here. So this is around 11 o'clock. Yeah, that may be right as far as that back edge. So we still got to 1. Wait, it does pick up pace there. From 1 to 2, and then 3 moves out. So we still got several more hours to deal with the rain and individual storm cells still firing up and any push from that back line. So that's 11:30, midnight. You get to 1, you start getting areas west of the city clearing out, but still, you see that purple and deep red. It still could be some very heavy rain at the very least, but like we've seen tonight, got to watch for individual quick spin-ups. But 2 to 3 seems to be when it starts exiting rather quickly to the east. So that gives you a rough outline. But as I mentioned, a lot of times model data, when you're in a situation, it can be good for determining things several hours from now, but at the moment, sometimes they're a little slow to the punch there. So models aren't the gospel, they're just guidance. It's not going to be exactly as the model shows. Again, 2 strongest storms locally at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that one. Heads up for you folks in southern Monroe. It's going over higher terrain here. And of course, this one about to expire in the next few minutes.
Joe, we got about 5 minutes left on that.
And Bill mentioned temperatures. It's worth noting here. We'll take a look at 2 things here. Look at the temperatures out there. That's how that storm in Gilmer and Fannin fired up. Man, it was feeding off some fuel. Even those temperatures have come down, but still they were in the mid to upper 70s. And Rome was near 80. But as Bill mentioned, a lot of stabilizing cool air back here. That's good to see. Wind gusts are still strong. This is outside any storm. They're still roughly 25, 30 at times.
I saw the highest wind gust. You may have mentioned that.
No, I was going to add, what was Littlefield's peak today?
It looked like 43.
43? Okay. Yeah, so it got in that range.
It did. And we had several hours, actually. We had a 35, a 21, 43, 37. This was like from about 3 to 6 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, so it got into the forecasted range. From a forecasting time point, you're pleased to hear that, but I don't ever like to, we don't ever like to project wind gusts like that. But
just the most recent observation, which was at 9, was southeast wind at 15, gusting to 31. So after it had calmed down just a little bit. So it's the same kind of thing. It's just when you think you might be seeing things calm down, something else pops up.
Yeah. Just had, let's see. I saw her last name, Tibbetts. Gwen Tibbetts said the storm just passed Ducktown, a lot of wind and rain.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that report. Thank you.
Yeah, I was curious about that as well, because that really looked like an intense rain reflectivity.
So 2 main areas to keep an eye on at the moment. Again, this warning, long severe thunderstorm warning, and within that, the tornado warning in Bledsoe and Ray will probably expire here shortly. To the south, a lot of rain and lightning. Be aware of flooding issues, but at the moment, all of these to the south are not severe. Back edge of all of this is still farther back to the west, and we'll be tracking that throughout the evening. Fortunately, you don't see a lot of polygons out there, and that's a good thing, but there are a lot of polygons still building up down here. So we got to watch this as it gets pulled north for, Cherokee County, Alabama, Floyd, Chattooga, Southern Gordon. Let's just kind of watch down here. A lot of them will start shifting east into Georgia, but we'll keep an eye on the far southern extent of our viewing area going forward over the next couple of hours. So still, folks, a lot to watch, and the reason why the tornado watches are out to 1 a.m. and why we're still here tracking it for you. So it's, long hours watching this, but that's what we're here to do for you. Keep you updated. We appreciate everybody joining on our live stream as well. A lot of folks watching tonight. So many comments. Thanks for chiming in. I haven't gotten to everybody's question, but I do appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks so much. And what we'll do now is I'm going to allow them in the control room to go back to programming, and we'll come back on air if needed. Otherwise, we'll let the folks who've been watching us air go back to regular programming. If you want to, those who've been watching us, you can join us on our live stream, which is going on right now. You can find it at newschannel9.com or on our social media pages. It's streaming there. So our coverage there continues, but for now, we'll allow that audience to go back to normal programming. Hey, Alex, are we still on air? Or Still just live stream. Okay, programming's back up. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah. So we're good. So we're still live stream. Yeah, for those watching on the live stream, we're trying to double check, make sure we got the all clear. They're not on air. So are we going to go to Lily?
We are.
Okay. So this will be coming through this feed, so the folks on the live stream can watch this, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay. So we got Maggie Weaver over here at the desk. And what we're going to do is while we watch the radar trends here, since those polygons have been lifted for the moment, let's let Maggie take over. And we're going to hear from Lily Butler, talk about what she's seeing out and about. So Maggie, it's all yours.
Well, Bill, first of all, thank you so much for keeping us updated on everything. We have been following all of this very closely, including our reporter, Lily Butler. She's actually joining us live in Sweetwater tonight. We're tracking those storms earlier. Now, she is there and she is seeing a few things. Lily, what exactly have you been seeing tonight?
Yeah, hey Maggie, what we're seeing right now is a bit of a break in this rain. It's been raining pretty hard, pretty heavy wherever we've been. Lots of thunder and lightning. What we have not seen is a whole lot of damage, so that's a good thing. Now, they just left, but right behind us, crews were working on a power line that had fallen. We are in Sweetwater, Tennessee right now, just off of Head of Creek Road, but that is the only bit of damage we've seen so far. Now, we're still driving around, gonna check some of that out. We were in downtown Chattanooga earlier, didn't see anything there, so we haven't seen a whole lot of damage, lots of rain, lots of thunder and lightning. We're continuing to check out any damage, anything that's been left behind by these tornadoes. I was talking with some viewers on Facebook earlier who saw tornadoes right here in this area in Sweetwater, so we're going to continue to look for that. But back to you in the studio, Maggie.
Alrighty, Lily, thank you very much. We have been really seeing an influx of all of those viewer photos and videos coming in, and we can take a look at those here in just a little bit as David Glenn is taking a short break here. But we're going to get to those. We do want to remind you the best way to send those to us is to go to our website, newschannel9.com/chime-in. There you're going to be able to submit those very easily. You can also do it through our app. So if you have the News Channel 9 app, you can submit those photos and videos. We want to see what's going on near you. Let's take a look at one of those photos right here. This is Chris Eckel sending this in from the Ottawa area, and it looks like this is Ottawa looking over towards Highway 58. Now this was around 7:15, I think, is when we were seeing that. Just before this photo was sent to us, we actually had been hearing a lot of heavy downpours, hearing a lot of thunder, seeing a lot of lightning. That wind just really whipping that rain around as well. This is a cool photo that we're seeing here of what looks to be a funnel. Again, we don't know if this was on the ground. We haven't been seeing any reports of a tornado actually on the ground at this point in time. Of course, we'll continue to keep you updated on that as Bill and David are here in studio to help track us with that. Also here, we're looking at a photo from Nicole Hall. This is the storm, or at least a storm cloud here in Harrison Bay in that area, not too far from where our station is actually at the time. Again, this was taken just shortly after 7:15 when we saw that really heavy wave of that storm came through this area. We were actually under a tornado warning at that point. We are no longer, at least in this side of. Bill, is that correct? I do want to double check as far as Hamilton County goes. What are we seeing as far as warnings? I believe there was one earlier for North Hamilton, but did that expire already?
Yeah, everything has expired right now. It was at bottom of the hour.
Okay,
we had that warning expired. There was two warnings up. There was a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. They both expired at 9:30. So right now we're, we still have the watch up for the entire area, but the warnings right now anyway, at this very moment, we don't have any currently running.
Alrighty, perfect, Bill. We're going to take another look at some of viewer photos sent to us here. This is from Kimberly Gatlin. We're looking from Shallowford Road. Again, this was earlier around 7:15. We were seeing that line of storms come through at that point in time. And again, this was around that time period where we were under that tornado warning in Hamilton County area. But definitely a strong line there. Here is another photo out in the area where Lily was just live to us from near Sweetwater. You can see that it looks like Kevin Harper has pulled over here on the side of the road and taken this photo. Of course, we want to remind you, always be safe and take these storms very seriously, but a very cool picture there as well. We have another one here. It looks like this is from Jason Mays, and he is sending this picture from Harrison along Tail Springs Road. This is a phenomenal photo that we are looking at this time. It does look like maybe he was inside taking this photo of the outside, which is always a safe way to do that, especially if you're under any type of watch at that time. You don't want to be around any windows if you're under a warning, especially. So this is a really neat photo as well. Let's see what we've got coming up here next. It looks like a video. This is from Brad McNeese. And we're seeing some of the clouds produced by this system here. And I don't exactly, Bledsoe County area, that's where this was, Bledsoe County. So again, this was around, I believe, just around 7:45, taken earlier. So we're a couple hours out from that, of course. We're still waiting with Lily out there kind of tracking those storms. Ooh, we also saw some lightning in that video as well. That's intense as well. But we're still trying to see and find out if there's been any damage from this. Now, this is an incredible video here. We're looking in the Birchwood area, and this is from, let's see, trying to find it. Matt Beach sent us this video here. And really, these videos are just showcasing what all we have seen today. If this was in the Birchwood area, I'm going to assume that this video was taken around that 7:45 time frame, again, today earlier. We have another video coming in here. Now, this is Chris Capehart. This is around 7:15, I-75 looking towards Highway 58. You can see how those clouds are kind of dipping a little bit lower. Again, we're not seeing any reports of any touchdowns at this time. We're still keeping an eye on it. But interesting to see all of these videos and photos. And really, that's all that we have so far. We're going to keep searching through some of those videos and photos for you. So just keep sending them in. We love to see them. We want to know what's happening, again, through you in your area. You can send those to chime in on our website or on our News Channel 9 app. I also want to keep a little reminder out there for everyone, you know, have those devices charged in case of any power outages. So far, we haven't been seeing really many power outages in this area. There was maybe 12 or so at last check in the Hamilton County area from EPB customers, but definitely just keep those devices charged in case of power outages. Maybe have some water bottles on hand. That's always a great idea. Also, download our WTVC StormTrack 9 weather app. This app is really, really nifty. It comes in handy in times like these. I mean, you get really, really great updates if you turn those notifications on for that app. I mean, I actually had just gotten an update here telling me exactly when that rain was going to start in my area. So if you've got your location services on, your notifications on, you're going to get updates. They'll tell you specifically when that lightning is going to strike, when it is closest to you. You're going to know when the rain's coming in, and so that's just really a good tool to use. You can download that by going to your device's app store. Just search WTVC StormTrack 9, and you should see our logo pop up. Download that app, and again, turn on those notifications. Oh, actually, here, an easier way to do it. You don't even have to go to the app store. You can just scan this QR code that's right here on your screen with your phone's camera. So pull out those cameras if you haven't already downloaded our app. This is just to keep you safe in your area. Again, this is just a more specialized approach to the storm tracking that David Glenn and Bill Race are already doing. This will tell tell you exactly what's going on for your exact location. So open up that camera on your phone. You can scan this QR code, download that app, and this will really, really help you out. It even helps on days when we're not weather alert, because sometimes we just get a random shower here or there, and it'll tell you. So you'll remember, you know, you just got your hair done and you want to make sure you've got your umbrella, then that'll help you remember. Here's another photo here from the Sweetwater area. Let's see, who sent us this photo? It's very dark and photo here. It looks like it was Susan Bosley. She sent us, again, Sweetwater area. This is where Lily Butler was earlier today. And so we are seeing kind of the dip down of those clouds as well. Now, as far as you just heard Bill Race just say a moment ago, all of those warnings have now expired. I believe it has kept that way. Is that correct? Just want to double check.
That is still seems to be the case here. We have very, you know, a substantial amount of rain on radar, and even some lightning strikes that are down in North Georgia, especially. But they're really kind of surrounding us, and also into Alabama and our counties there, and farther out to the west. We're still kind of watching storms that have been moving out of the more from Birmingham, moving to the northeast, and we're kind of watching to see what happens as far as our southern viewing area from that. But yeah, we're right now, other than the tornado watch that's still in effect, no warnings right now.
Alrighty. Well, that's great to know. And of course, we're going to continue tracking this. I believe that a lot of our like just thunderstorm warnings in general, Bill, did you say that's going to expire around what time?
Well, the warnings have expired. Now the watch is in effect for most of the area until 1 a.m., although the Alabama counties were extended until just another 20 minutes or so, but we'll see if they extend that at all as well. But we're just under the watch right now, and that's everything else has been lifted or expired, but that doesn't mean that that can't come back.
Alrighty, that sounds great. Let's see here. I did kind of want to pull over some of the coverage that we had brought to you around 6 o'clock. Let me see if I can pull some of this in for you to see. Now, this was actually around earlier this morning. Some of the things that this same system was bringing in to some of our neighbors here. We'll have that for you in just a moment.
It's all right, Maggie. You know, not everything just comes up right on time.
It takes a little bit of time, you know.
Live TV.
It is. It's live TV.
Exactly.
So, but we appreciate you, Maggie, for pulling all that together for us and showing us some of the pictures that people have efforted to us, for sure.
Of course. That is one of my favorite things to do, especially if we're going to be here. We're going to, you know, being able to be in studio here is important for you guys because we want to keep you up to date. But you are really our eyes and ears. That's exactly what I always hear Bill say is eyes and ears on the ground there, just like our reporters. You know, we've got one reporter with us tonight. She's doing a great job, but she can't be everywhere all at once. So you guys are always helping. Now let's go now to some of the things that we saw come from the storm system are west. So let's take a look there. Multiple deaths and injuries have been reported as storms are actually ripping through central U.S. And now this started Friday night. So far, southeast Missouri has seen the worst of that. The National Weather Service actually confirming a large and dangerous tornado. This was over Poplar Bluff, Missouri, just before midnight last night. Now, Missouri State Highway Patrol reporting a tornado also tore through Ozark County. Now, in Villa Ridge, residents being warned to stay away from areas with any heavy damage there.
Currently, there's a couple of different building collapses in the area. We're going through assessing the buildings, making sure that they're all clear, that all the occupants are out of the building. We've had a couple of injuries that have been transported. The biggest thing we want right now is just people to stay out of the area. There's multiple power lines down, and it's still a very dangerous situation, so everybody just needs to stay out of the area. Vehicles cannot get through here at all.
Some great advice there, because also if you see any power lines down in our area, you want to avoid them. Now, as of Friday night's outbreak in those areas, 22 tornadoes reported in that area, and that includes 4 states, Illinois, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Of course, since those numbers updated as this storm system has moved eastward, the same storm system, again, passing through our area in this same time frame tonight. So now Cave City, Arkansas is where we're going to take a look at next. They declared a state of emergency following last night's storms. The city's mayor announced that an executive order, that is, this morning on social media, and they're really calling for a lot of volunteers. You can see that damage there on your screen. It looks a lot of trees and debris there on the side of the road. Now, the mayor also set a curfew for the city until more progress is made on that cleanup and clearing of the roads. As of this morning, the water and sewer systems that were not functioning properly last night, they are now functioning properly in that Cave City area. Now, over 3,000 residents across 2 counties were without power after those storms. We've been a little more lucky here. So far, 3 deaths have been reported in Arkansas. Meanwhile, also strong winds swept through the Texas Panhandle Friday, resulting in 3 deaths. Dust clouds covering the sky there, causing some low visibility and dangerous driving conditions. Authorities say at least 3 people again in 2 counties died from car accidents from that dust blowup. Also, Canyon, Texas, multiple injuries reported following an accident involving 38 vehicles. That was on I-27 there in Texas. The wind also really grass fires causing there, lots of further damage throughout the state there because of that. The town of Cress in Texas reporting the gusts tore the roof off of one of the community's fire departments there as well. So we've seen a lot of dangerous conditions that really just to our west, and then now we're starting to see some of that here in the east part of the state. So we're going to keep you updated on all of that. Again, we're just rolling with the punches as things are coming into our newsroom, and we're happy that you guys are sticking with us.
Well, we thank you very much for all that information, and we have continued to be, Maggie, just watching the radar and also staying in touch with the Weather Service offices as far as any warnings that might be coming our way. But right now, nothing, no warnings are up and running at this point, but we do have the tornado watch for our area. And the rain continues to be pretty extensive still, although we're starting to see the edge of this well out to the west, but it's going to take a little while before that gets here. And we still have plenty of rain and thunderstorms too, because we're still seeing the lightning on the board here as well.
Yeah, and to the south, we mentioned the tornado watch. There's slight differentiation here in the counties locally because, and I'm going to point out Rome, they're part of another watch. Rome that's out later into the night. That includes the Atlanta metro area till 4 a.m. So that is the only county locally out that long, but it's part of a different watch box. But with that said, it's also part of that area that we're really watching to the south that can still have some tornadic producing storms. Like this one here near Oxford had a warning with it no longer. That's over near Jacksonville, Alabama now. And so that'll be getting close to Floyd, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And all these other tornado-warned storms are also moving northeast along I-20. So we'll see if they, do they cross into, Douglas County? Do they go on toward Floyd County? Do they stay south? That's something to watch carefully. But that really is the worst activity, getting close. Yeah, there's my little stomping grounds right there.
Oh yeah, we didn't check to see if the game started.
Oh, I need to check that. But that was a previously tornadic warned storm there. But they've got another one now just southwest of Anniston, near Talladega. So that's concerning. Again, for the far southern part of our viewing area, we've got to watch these because as these move farther north, they, again, can impact Cherokee County, Weiss Lake area, and possibly DeKalb, Chattooga, if they hold together. So we're still nice lull over us now. We got to watch what these do as they get pulled to the north and more of that energy. So there was an update from the Storm Prediction Center, and I could show the graphic, but the problem is I got the old numbers still on it, which I guess it's okay if you look at it. But I'm going to show you this, and you'll see what I mean. So ignore the numbers here. So it's been trimmed down. See, we've been trimmed down a bit. So you don't see the 5 anymore. But level 4 has been relegated to that area that I'm just talking about to the south for Cherokee, for Chattooga, Floyd, and southern parts of Gordon. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and take off those numbers and just match it up with the number on the screen, just so we don't throw anybody off here. Because at least the placement of those numbers shows you where the numbers previously were. And now, it's been down just a little bit. So there we go. So I'll take that off. And now you'll see this a little bit better. So if you look at the latest update here from the Storm Prediction Center, it's a little encouraging for areas north, northwest. It's still a level 2, but areas west of the city, plateau, down a bit to a level 2. That's the direction we want to go. The rest of the viewing area is still level 3. That's enhanced, elevated on scale. Anything 3 or higher, you got to remain concerned. And then, of course, the level 4, which went all the way over a large part of our viewing area, has been shifted south now. So Chattooga, Floyd, Gordon still remain in that level 4. And the breakdown is going to be kind of the same way. Let's see if I'm going to have to remove the numbers there. Yeah. It's now 2, 3, 4. So I'll just take those off. That kind of gives you a better idea. We're updating as we go here.
Well, that's all right.
And it's one of those things. There we go. And then we'll look at the tornado risk. Again, that number it'll shift where the number was before. It'll just show you where the numbers were before. It's still hatched over us, but now percent has moved a little farther to the east, and so has the 15%. But still, the hatched area means that 10% chance tornado risk, 15% down here, and just 5% back here off to the north and west. And one other, I would say, encouraging note. You know, earlier the damaging wind risk had gone up to 45%, which was significant. If you ever ready to see that, that was centered right over us. So the number will show you where it once was, and now that number has been reduced a bit to 30. So still, it's significant, but again, not quite as bad as it once was. Let me move this over.
Not quite in the bullseye anymore, at least.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. So I'll adjust this. So it's still hatched, still means you can see some occasional gusts with storms that are higher, but back here is more the 15. So yeah, so let me make sure I've got that. Yep, so that's 15 and 30. So it's kind of coming down a little bit. So things to the north and west are improving a bit. Still got a little ways to go before we're said and done. So the warning, the threat level remains. Nothing's really changed there. So we're kind of adjusting things on the fly there, folks. And let's go back to the main radar view and show you what's happening out there. Let me pull up some of the comments again. All right, really bad lightning in Eton, folks noting. Lightning, a lot of folks saying about that. But again, there are no warnings locally. A lot of this is rain and lightning is still a bit noisy out there. There's some movement over the past hour. Again, we'll keep an eye on this activity down here. It didn't have a little bit more of an easterly push with it, a little bit, but I'd still keep an eye on that for folks in Rome. As that rotates by. And then back on the back edge here, where these storms are moving through, again, no advisories or warnings, and that's a good thing. We'll watch as that sweeps on, but still, with all of these cells within our bands kind of racing by, you still gotta, watch for a quick spin up, as we've seen tonight already, and occasional strong wind gusts. But where we stand right now, and as we've gone through 3 or 4 hours of this, and even from this morning, from a damage point of view, up to this point, we've been good. We certainly hope it stays that way. And it's pretty loud out there, but we got to keep an eye on all that activity to the south and watching how far north that makes it.
Well, it's been a little while since I've seen the level 4 and 5
my goodness,
close to us. And, that was, as I like to say, that gets my attention.
Yep, it does. Even that 4, I mean, it's very rare we get up that high. They even dropped the level 5 that was over Alabama, so that's a step down in category, which is good, but they basically extended the 4 still over our southern counties because of the wind threat. And for most of us now under a level 3, it's that wind threat as well. So, and again, an occasional quick spin up, as you can't rule that out. We've already seen, with a few, the photos we've seen, some storms have produced that. I thought I posted a few pictures to my site. Did I not do that? I was going to ask people. Oh, there it is. I was going to ask people to send in their pictures there. So, okay, good. But yeah, for the most part, we are seeing primarily rain and lightning. And I'll go over these risk factors one more time since I've adjusted the maps for you so you can see. Those risks have come down considerably. Not totally, but considerably. So the level 4 that covered a huge part of the viewing area now down to the south a little bit more. We're still in that hatched area for most areas, so still a chance of a strong tornado within 25 miles of a point. It's a low end here, 10%, but still worthy of watching. 15%, a little bit higher chance for that activity coming in from the south toward Silverville, Rome, Calhoun, and again, damaging wind threat still there, because again, we've had some individual storms move by. But you get to the point west, it does drop off considerably, so your risk factor is coming down. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Nothing on the hail tracker right now, which is good also. I'll show our future track model and just give you an idea of what to expect later on through tomorrow. So 11:30, it's showing that final push moving in. So, this model projects that just still as that push comes through, there's still going to be some wind gust along it. So we got to be mindful of that. 11:30 kind of pushing through. You get 1, 2 a.m., it starts shifting east of I-75, and then pretty quickly to the early morning hours, it's pretty much done. There's still some activity here, but that's going to rotate that way with a low, and Sunday will be a little cooler. It's going to start pretty warm. It's going to get breezy, and then late day we'll have temperatures 50s and 60s late day, and then later on tomorrow night through Monday morning. Hope you didn't set those plants out yet.
Hey, wait a minute.
It's going to get kind of chilly. So that's toward Monday morning, and even across the Smoky Mountains, some scattered snow showers there. And then the rest of your St. Patrick's Day, after a chilly start, you may barely reach 60. So kind of chilly coming up. Chilly and breezy.
It is about that time of year when people are saying, can I plan? Can
Yep.
I do this? And I'm always like, I'm very cautious about it. Of course, if you wait for me to tell you to do it, you'll be waiting till April. But,
Well, I do. I
and
always
a
say
lot of
tax
people
day.
do.
I say tax day.
Oh, tax
Not
day.
till tax day. Tax day, pay your taxes, plant your plants.
Oh, okay.
Because that's pretty safe by then. Pretty safe, but,
Well, you have to take into account, the mountains too, and so you're right. By the time you get to the middle of April, I think that's what I usually was saying would be April 1st in the valleys and the 15th in the mountains. But that seems a long way away, but it isn't.
Oh, no. No, it's not long because, one, tax day comes quick, but my son's getting married April 13th.
Yeah, what about that?
And that is flying by. Last time I remembered it was 6 months away, and now we're less than a month. And so, we're starting to panic. Like, we haven't gotten everything done yet. So
I think I remember when he was 6 months old.
Yeah. Yep, he's 28 now,
Yeah,
and
that's just
we
really,
love his bride, so
well, that's great.
we're happy.
Well, we're very proud.
So it's gonna be a good celebration. It really is. Hopefully, though, the weather's not gonna be like this, because my wife asked me, she goes, I hope it's not like this. I said, yeah, I know.
Right.
But it will be an outdoor wedding, but we do have indoor plans.
Well, of course, you would have a backup plan, I know.
Yeah, they did that before they even asked me. So I was like, good thinking. I've had folks ask me, are my sleeves up or down?
Sure.
Well, okay, tell you what, since we've got a little, as we
on
wait on
over there.
activity,
Let's see
I'm
what
just going to
you're
show, just so everybody knows. Am I in? Oh, we're not in. The camera's not on.
Oh, the camera's not on.
camera's not on, but it's okay.
Wow, that was a tease right
Yeah,
there.
the sleeves have been up all night.
Yes, they have.
Yeah, they're up. If I'm working, I never have the sleeves down. So yeah, it's one of those things. But people are asking about that. But still, quite a lot of folks watching tonight. So we got 1,500 people online right now. Appreciate you watching. And so we do these live streams. Thanks for if you come over from my page. Usually I also stream on my YouTube channel. We weren't able to add it to that, so I apologize about that. But it's more important to get on this format, which gets out to more people. So I'm not, not mad that it's not on my personal YouTube channel, but it's on the News Channel 9, StormTrack 9, all those YouTube channels. That's where it needed to be. So glad you're watching, however you're watching. Let's see. Nikki wants to know my sleeve level. Sleeve level is just up to my elbows, so we're good. If the shirt's ripped off, we're in danger. Okay, it's like
True.
I've just given up.
That's right.
And Heath called it SleeveCon 5. Very nice. Very nice. Good one. Good one.
I can see that could be a meme or something.
SleeveCon. All right. Here again, that area we're going to keep an eye on. You folks in Floyd County, let's keep an eye on that storm there. The stuff coming out of Talladega, getting near Anniston. We'll watch that right there as it moves. So there's no warning with it, but there could be a difference between the forecast office in Birmingham and then the forecast office in Atlanta when it floats on by. Oh, and the game has started. Yes, so Liberty leads by 11 midway through the first half. So
Yes,
so my team's going to have to pick it up here.
Well, it was just a 2-point game just moments ago, so they took a little run.
Yeah,
on you.
somebody went on a streak there. But I'm thinking, and this is going back to sports related mode. If so, Jacksonville would be the runner. Jack State would be the runner-up in Conference USA. If they were to go to the NIT, wouldn't it be something if Chattanooga and Jack State played each other?
Yeah.
That'd be something. That'd be a great NIT matchup. Hello, NIT officials.
Hello. Yeah, what about that? I asked somebody the other day, because we were talking about the SoCon tournament, and normally over the years you got one invitee, which was the tournament winner. And then I thought, and somebody mentioned the NIT, and I said, do they still have the NIT?
They do.
But they must.
They sure do, yeah. They have the preseason and the postseason. They sure
Right.
do.
I remember that, too.
And the Mocs deserve some sort of postseason because that was just unfortunate there.
Yep.
They gone on this streak. Here's that cell near Piedmont, Alabama. And Piedmont, no stranger to tornadic activity. They had a horrible one back in the early 90s on Palm Sunday there. This is not a tornadic storm right now, but from a velocity point of view, still, it's a rotating storm. You can see it right there, green to blue, rotating right through Piedmont. So broad rotation with that. But I point this out because Floyd County is not far away. Oh, there. Thank you. It changed color on me momentarily. It goes back to the closest radar site. Let me use Atlanta on this one. Well, let's use Atlanta. So take out that. There we go. I'll show it up a little bit better. Yeah, just a wee little bit there near Piedmont. A little bit of circulation there. And again, that keeps moving northeast. There's the southwest corner of Floyd County. There's southern Chattooga County. So that was kind of sneaking in. So we'll see what that does. That's over near Piedmont Center. Beautiful Weiss Lake over there. That's a gorgeous lake. But we'll keep an eye on that little cell right there. So still there's some pop out there and things we got to watch. Hopefully not though, but that's why we're here. Let's see, what's everybody watching here? Keep in mind, folks, this stream will go to about 10:50 p.m. and then we'll shift to our News Channel 9 newscast and then come back to the webcast. You don't have to leave your device. You can just watch our newscast on your mobile device that way and then come back to the live feed. So again, we're going to keep an eye on this stuff down in here. We'll watch where it goes. And you can see that as this line is starting to push east, it's starting to pull everything up. And so at a more rapid pace. So yeah, I think that one, it's gonna get into Floyd, Chattooga, maybe even Walker. So let's keep an eye on that one. And then farther south, we'll take the lightning off for a second. It tends to be a little noisy with the picture. Several tornadic warned storms, Anniston, Alex City. Those will probably push more south of Floyd, probably. But that first one right there, we'll see what it does. We'll see what it does when it interacts with the air that's a bit more stable farther north. I mean, it came out of an environment that had a lot of fuel. Does it run out of fuel? I mean, it's got upper level support, but can it maintain it? I hope it doesn't. And just to remind you folks, I'll put the flash flood warning back up there. Flash flood warning out till midnight. This was issued several hours ago. We've mentioned this at various times throughout the broadcast, but again, flash flood warning Bledsoe, northwestern Bradley, Hamilton, Marion, Meigs, Ray, Sequatchie until midnight. And up to the time that the warning was issued, we had already had 1.5 inches, and so with more rain coming down, up to an additional 1 to 3 inches. So low-lying areas, flash flooding, definitely a possibility. So I just wanted to show you that. It tends to also make the map a little bit busy, so I don't have it on there all the time. I won't take it back off. Here we go.
The tornado watch for Alabama was allowed to expire.
Ah, okay. Now they still kept the local county. No, it was still 10, right? That's
Yes,
right.
It was 10.
That's right. And a few more local counties have been dropped.
Oh, I see.
So these are the ones that had the earliest start time today. Now they're the earliest expiration. So Cumberland, Van Buren, Grundy, Franklin, Jackson, DeKalb, you're out of the watch. Everybody else mostly till 1, except for you folks in Rome. It's out to 4 a.m. You know, today is the Ides of March.
That's right.
It wasn't a good day for Caesar, if I remember my history correctly. So that's why Rome has the longest tornado watch expiration time here locally.
Aha.
It could be part of that. I'm not
Wow.
sure. I went a long way to make that
That
connection.
was a first
Yeah.
right there.
So yeah, several counties trimmed away. That's I always like to see that. That's always some good news there. Let's check out some of these other wind and damage reports. These are a couple new spots popping up there. Let's check this out. 904. It doesn't say where. I'm assuming that's north of the city. Cars stalled driving through flooded water. Oh, here it does say Dodson Avenue. Yeah, that tends to flood a bit.
Yes.
And also multiple other cars stranded as well. That's on Dodson Avenue. I think we can get a live cam shot from there.
Well, CHI Memorial might have it.
Now let's check up in here. This is where we got some of these wind damage reports. Birchwood, trees down, 1-inch hail. That reached severe criteria during that potential tornado there, or at least tornado warned storm. So we are starting to get those damage reports trickling in. Sail Creek, several trees down before 9 o'clock. And some of these, let's see, Kegel, a few trees down. Was it 6:30 Eastern? Nyota, several trees down. That was at 8:45. Let's check right here. This looks like it's in Marion. That's on 7:11 Eastern. Griffith Creek, several trees down. And Mud Eagle. I think we went over these earlier in the broadcast, so none down here. That's good. So again, that's sort of the wind and damage reports for now. And still to the west, have not had tornado reports. The only tornado reports have been southwest of Coleman near Jasper, Alabama, and Alabaster, Tuscaloosa, areas like that. So again, not too bad locally, but hopefully everybody's okay with those trees down. And here we go. A little burst of heavy rain again in Pikeville. Again, this could have some strong winds accompanying that. Moderate rain, Chickamauga, Lafayette, Fort Oglethorpe, Ringgold, several lightning strikes. Things are loud. That cell that we were watching near Turtletown launched into the mountains and just busted up. There it goes. You get more rain through Cherokee and Clay County, Fannin County. And here's that little cell we keep keeping an eye on. Even watch that right along the southern DeKalb County line. And what's left of that little thing there. Keep an eye on that for Floyd and Chattooga County. There's one other warning. Oh, that's a line advancing east. So that's down around I-20 to our south. Keep an eye if anything else bubbles up from the north there, from the south, excuse me. But for North Alabama, there's another secondary area to watch. Everything's more rapidly being pulled now to the north and east. And so this stuff near Aniata, Coleman, we'll have to watch that also for DeKalb County and Jackson County within the next hour. If it holds together, there's no warning with it now, but, you know, it could be rough, and we'll keep an eye on this as it crosses the Georgia-Alabama border. And the way we've had quick spin-ups tonight, everything's still on the table. It's not widespread. It's more isolated, but still got to keep an eye on it. But there's that back edge. Right now, it's right along I-65. Right here. Well, where'd it go? There it goes. Right here. Moving east. Nice little lull right there. And
Making
again,
some progress.
yeah, we are. And all these areas here are no longer under the tornado watch. So there's no watches or warnings back here with that. It's ugly looking, but windy and rainy. But a lot of that may lift northeast. But so is that. So we'll keep an eye on what happens right there. That's why they kept that threat level for us up, because of that chance.
Yeah, they mentioned in their threat level, just those few counties you mentioned, they were in there. Floyd and Gordon and Chattooga. I'm not sure if Chattooga was in the level 4 anymore.
I think just the far tip was.
Yeah.
I think where the ink may have oozed over on the map there. It could be why, but it was close enough, you know. Let's see. Here's an update. I don't know if you mentioned this or not. This update from oh, I'm sorry. We did mention that. That was with the power outages. We did mention that. Let's see. No, but no other. No other alerts there. So we remain warning free. We're not watch free, but we remain warning free at the moment. So when it comes down to the 11 o'clock newscast, I have a feeling what we're going to be watching at 11, say 11 through midnight, is what's happening with that and what's left of that. Mm-hmm. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for those two features there. But again, it's 10:17, so we'll keep this live stream going until just before 11. We'll break away, have a newscast, and rejoin you again after the 11 o'clock newscast. And we'll go from there till the stuff is long gone. So you got one person telling me, Helen Neal says 5,000 now without power in Grundy County. Yeah, there goes with a lot of trees down there, so interesting. People asking about the community. Yeah, it's windy and rainy, folks, for sure. Most areas are warning free. The two areas circled are the features I'm really watching for the next hour or two.
David, I do have
Oh,
a
hey,
question
I'm sorry.
for you.
Go ahead. Yes.
As far as the 11 o'clock newscast
Yes.
go, are you wanting a weather hit every block? Are you thinking that things are calming down? I don't know.
We should probably start every block with that, just a radar check.
Yeah.
Yes. It doesn't have to be lengthy like we could do first weather and then, but every block will start it. Yeah, for sure.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So maybe like a minute 30 first weather? Are you
Sure.
thinking shorter? And then
I think a minute 30 is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do a still 3-minute main weather?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
And then, okay, we'll make it work.
And is Maddie still back there?
She is.
Let
yes.
her know that after the 11 o'clock ends, we'll restart another
Okay.
live stream. So we'll
Wonderful.
keep that going so folks will know. I appreciate it. So everyone's asking about their town, and except for Jimmy. He wants to know about Juneau, Alaska. So I don't know, Juneau would be pretty nice right now. Ann is watching from Center, Alabama. All right, Ann, hey, keep us updated on what you had there as it moved on through. How windy was it with that little cell that rolled through there? Teresa says very windy in Somerville. Yeah, you're probably catching some outflow from that cell to your south there in Somerville. Let's go back and take a look at the velocity scan on this one. It's more of elongated, that storm. It's not like not quite as pronounced as it was. Let's take a look at it. And as soon as I say that, there'll be something. Oh yeah, you can see. Oh boy, right, look at that. North of Piedmont, near Center. It's got some rotation with it. It's right on the Georgia-Alabama border. And I had a viewer note that it was getting windy in Somerville, so yeah. You see right there, that's what we're keeping an eye on, so yeah, that's worthy of watching. So if it's moving at the pace the others are, like, well, let's see, these are moving northeast at 55. So we just take a rough estimate. Right in here. So if that one were to hypothetically hold together, Coosa, 1030, Amerchi at 1048, Calhoun around 11. So keep in mind those areas of Chattooga, Floyd, Gordon. That little thing right there has got some strong wind gusts with it. It's a rotating storm, so not every rotating storm puts down a tornado, but you know, it's worthy of watching. And the other cluster of storms back here aren't as impressive as they once were. No, really not, but let's just take a look. Let's peek behind the curtain here. Nothing jumps off the charts there. It's really just that one. So that one right there, right in that area, south of Galesville. Right in this area here. Yeah, just some broad roads, just something to look at, just something to say, hey, this could have some strong wind gusts, so just be aware of that in Galesville, that southern edge of Chattooga County. Caves, a lot of farmland through there, but still, we'll keep an eye on that thing as it moves by. Let's see if there's any advisory or statement of any kind over Floyd County. Everybody else, it is windy, it is rainy. Let me show you some of the wind gusts. But everything else over us locally is not severe. It's just pouring. A lot of light. So this makes it loud.
There's a flash flood warning just came out. Looks like for Alabama, Jackson, and I'm looking to see if it's DeKalb as well. Let's see what we got here. Flash flood warning for Coleman County in north central Alabama. Well, this is for many areas. Southeastern Madison, southeast Morgan, northwest Jackson, and southeast Franklin in Tennessee. No DeKalb County in that. But the reason is Doppler radar indicated persistent light to moderate rain and embedded thunderstorms extending from central Coleman County northeastward into southeastern Franklin, Tennessee County. And between 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in an hour. So obviously, if that would happen, you could experience that flash flooding.
Yeah.
Especially in places, as you were saying earlier, that are kind of prone to it anyway. And so that is just come out, and that is in effect until midnight. Midnight Central Time.
Oh, okay. I was looking over some of the comments, and some people were mad they haven't mentioned some areas.
Oh.
But if I haven't mentioned your area, it's a good thing because it means there's not a whole lot going on. So I'll zoom in to where someone had asked me. This is Catoosa County.
Okay.
And it's nice for once with severe weather that I'm not mentioning Catoosa County, because oftentimes we have severe weather. It tends to happen in Catoosa County. Now, we're not done with the night at all, but up until this point, it's just been heavy rain and lightning over Catoosa County and Ringgold, and for at least the next hour or so, it looks that way. We do have to watch to the south, anything from what's left of this activity south, getting north for Catoosa, but we'll keep an eye on that. Are from Renee in Hayesville. And again, Hayesville just now getting a little bit of rain, but your rate of rain in Hayesville is going to pick up over the next hour, coming in from this line of showers here. So you got heavy rain coming your way, wind. It will probably last for you longer, more between now and 4 to 5 a.m. So, Renee and the Catoosa County bunch, I got you updated. There you go. I don't want you to fill it out.
I think it's okay, but I know that, of course, is interested in their area.
Oh, absolutely.
It's very, but when you have warnings that you are concentrating on, and they coming fast and furious like they were earlier, sometimes you are concentrating on just certain areas, and like David was saying, I mean, it's probably good. You better if you're not mentioned necessarily. I mean, we don't want to always make that as a practice or anything, but we want to include everybody, obviously.
Oh, absolutely. And then when you have multiple warnings, you don't want to move away from a warning to look at a different one, so it can get very, very dicey. And we've had that a couple of occasions tonight. Yeah, you can see right there, right? Wet Floyd. Looked at a couple of spots there, but right there, Cave Spring area, Western Floyd County, keep an eye on that. Some strong wind gusts in that little cell. He hadn't had a warning on it for a while. It's just that it's, as I mentioned before with another cell, sneaky looking. It's suspicious looking. And okay. It's like you just watch it and you go, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And to see what where it's going. Likewise, this activity here, a little less suspicious. And all this down here, man, that is rough stuff. And notice also the polygons with these, they were going like this. Now they're going more of an easterly movement, more that way. So we're starting to see that push this way. So a little change in direction, just a wee little bit. And again, the back edge is back here, right along 65. There's a nice break right there. But again, these are heavy downpours, but even that tail end of that line is going to lift even away from us. So we'll have to see how things go the rest of the overnight. But we like it where it is at the moment. And just want to keep it right there, and no worse. That's what we want to do. So if you just, if all we have to deal with is flash flooding, great. But again, folks, we're still got to watch the stuff to the south. Still a lot of upper level energy out there, and just going to babysit this radar. Yeah, folks are asking about tornado watch again. I'll go back to the map, just show you, just while we don't have action out there at the moment, just so you know. Again, many counties are no longer under the watch, such as Jackson, DeKalb, Franklin, Grundy, Van Buren, Cumberland, all in the clear. But for Hamilton, all of Southeast Tennessee, including Cherokee County, not Clay County. I just mentioned Hazel and Clay County. Clay's not in it, but Cherokee and Murphy are. That's to 1 a.m. Most of our viewing area in Northwest Georgia is to 1 a.m., with the exception of the Romans.
Yes.
You all are until 4 a.m. Eastern Time. And area-wide also, flood watch in effect till 8 a.m. As Bill was mentioning, several other areas are already under a flood warning. We'll pull that back up as well. Let's put the flood warning back up. So several of these areas, which kind of blends in with the rain, but right in here, that flood warning is out, I believe, till midnight. It might get extended. But it's still raining, don't you think?
I don't see why they would let that go.
Yeah. So midnight there. And then Bill mentioned this one is a real elongated warning over Alabama.
Yes.
That right there.
Yes, that's the one.
Till 1 o'clock Eastern. So.
And that timing might actually work out pretty well.
Yeah, it's true. I've got my rainfall map here. Let's see what we got. Yeah. I believe it's set to 24 hours. This takes just a second to populate. There it goes. So this is the rainfall total past 24 hours. Yikes. There's Sail Creek. Whoa. Now I wonder if that's accurate, or is it because it had some hail and the radar is thinking that? I wonder.
That's interesting to think about.
So let's see where it says here. Well, I don't know. But between those two rounds, it's possible. I have to wonder about that. But I mean, there were some heavy downpours, but man, yeah, goodness. And this is right around East Brainerd, the downtown, 3 inches so far.
I think level field was less. I had looked earlier and I was adding it up. I believe it was less than 2 inches, at least earlier, several hours ago.
Oh, okay.
For today. But I think that would be all the rain we had.
You can see a lot of 3s and 4s there. Let's see, north. Yeah, those little bullseyes are over 4. I mean, that's very possible near Sail Creek. And across North Georgia is going to be lighter because they're just now getting the rain overtaking. So these totals have been lighter. But look back here, southwest of Scottsboro. I need my cousin Annie to verify this. She lives in Scottsboro.
Oh, yeah.
So 6 inches, goodness gracious. But in Scottsboro, it's been less. But right along the border with Franklin County, 1.5. Let's check Trenton. 2.7 so far. South Pitt. About 2. So it's been within that range, but other areas really peaking out with more. Wow. So someone's saying here, Sadie says State Highway, oh, come back. State Highway 28 has a road completely washed away in the Cold Springs area of Bledsoe County.
Wow.
Wow, yeah. So those totals may be right there. And naturally, I'm looking at the comments, and it's going political. Let's not do that, folks. Goodness gracious. Let's just stick to weather. And let's take a look again at this feature we've been keeping a close eye on. Let's input the velocity scan on it, because it's hauling. So Chattooga, Floyd, it might even get toward Walker with time, if what's left of it. Yeah, still see there's some, broad rotation there. It's a rotating storm. See right there. So it's got some energy with it. Let's see if it actually does anything, but just heads up. Somerville to Rome. Keep an eye on that thing. We've had so many quick spin-ups already today. Yeah, this activity here, this is the stuff that was on I-20. It's having more of an easterly push now. So that's kind of cutting that right there off. And then this activity that was getting close to Jackson and DeKalb County doesn't look that bad right now compared to what it did. So it's really that's the main feature to keep an eye on if they an advisory or warning or anything. Hey.
Lottery to record tonight.
Okay.
Jackson said stop about 10:50.
10:50. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, good deal.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll keep this stream, I couldn't think of the word, live stream going until 10:50, and then we'll take a break just a few minutes. Allow me to get the graphics back in order here, and we'll do the newscast coming up 11 o'clock, so we'll have you covered both online, on air again, and then we'll regroup and come back for our live stream at 11:30, and just go through the rest of the overnight hours. So I just want to let you know that. Yes, Denise, Walker County still under tornado watch till 1 a.m. Everybody saying it's still noisy out there. It sure is. And again, just look at the entire viewing area. A lot of rain. Not a lot of warnings. And that's good. Again, the most impressive feature locally is right here. It's going to get a little windy. Chattooga, Floyd. See if it holds together. And then we've got that last line, but again, no warnings or watches with it.
Seems to be very consistent right now with its northeast movement.
Yeah, pretty fast too. It's been moving really fast. Historically, I remember some of these go really fast, and they get to like I-75 and east, and they slow down. It's like, oh,
this is the case.
Move, but it just won't move out. But that's just how it goes sometimes. We're showing NBA tonight, are we not?
Yes.
So I wonder, are we going to be delayed at any point?
It's possible, although normally the NBA games haven't run over too much. but 5 or 10 minutes isn't unusual. But we have a recording to make that's at the same time every Saturday night.
Yeah, I can't tell where they are in the game. Let's see. Oh yeah, 5 minutes to go. Okay, they'll be done. Unless they go to overtime, it is a 3-point game. So just beware, folks. It might be delayed. 11 o'clock newscast in case of NBA with the Knicks and Warriors playing. A lot of folks are watching college basketball this time of year. How did, let's see, as we continue to watch that feature there, in the rain and lightning, how did our friends and neighbors in the SEC do today? Let's see.
Well, Tennessee was a winner.
Oh, they beat Auburn. I did not know that.
They did. I didn't see a frame of it. But
my goodness.
But I was very surprised.
And Auburn, wow, Florida beat Bama by 20.
Yeah, they were ahead the whole game.
So, wait a minute. So this means the final tomorrow is Tennessee, Florida? Oh, my goodness.
How about that? Because Florida kind of skunked them down in Florida.
And then Tennessee got them back in Knoxville.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So, wow. That's going to be a great matchup tomorrow. Wow. Wow.
Jacksonville State's down by 6.
Oh, it's just 6 now? Okay.
There's still 16 minutes to go. They just started the second half. They were delayed, you were telling me. They were playing Liberty.
So that's going to be going on. That whole second half's going to drive me crazy during the newscast.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm all good, Evan. Nothing. They're supplying us with water, and we do appreciate that. All right. Once again, a little windy, noisy on that Chattooga-Floyd County border. So Somerville and down near, there's actually Chattooga-ville, Lyerly, but down there right along that border where Floyd County goes all the way up to the border of Walker County. Some people may not realize that Floyd and Walker actually border each other. There's that thing, that feature. So far, a lot of rain and wind, and again, it's not fast wind speeds with that rotating, but just, again, Amerchi, Somerville right there on 27. Next 30 minutes, or less than 30 minutes, that'll be crossing over. It's right on the Chattooga-Floyd border. That's the strongest storm locally. And we'll just have to keep an eye on that thing. Again, folks, look at the radar locally. If I haven't mentioned your town name, it's a good thing. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and it's moving quite rapidly to the northeast. We've had, throughout the night, we've had several unconfirmed tornadoes, unconfirmed touching down. We have had plenty of photos of funnel clouds, and we know from experience here when that storm moved through Harrison, it was pretty windy for about a minute, but it moved on quickly. But we do have reports possible storm damage, possibly from a tornado Dunlap into portions of Bledsoe County. So there's been quite a bit around the area. Haven't heard of any injuries, which is good. We hope it stays that way. Flash flood warnings are still in effect, so traveling tonight, remember, turn around, don't drown. Stay away from that. So all these risk factors have been there throughout the night. But again, for the most part, rain and lightning for most locally. We'll keep an eye on that cell to the south. Here again is the flood watch. That's out till 8 a.m. Hamilton, though, is under a flood warning at least till midnight. Here's the extent of the tornado watch. Again, just to go over it with you, Southeast Tennessee and Cherokee County, North Carolina to 1 a.m. and the same thing for Northwest. Wait, that's going to pop up to 4 a.m. Our viewing area in Northwest Georgia, except for Floyd, is to 1 a.m. And Floyd County is 4 a.m. They're part of the Atlanta Metro watch. So there you have it, folks. That's what we're going to watch for the next few hours. We're going to break away from this live stream. I appreciate you being with us these long hours tracking this. We're not done yet at all. We're going to have our newscast coming up in a few moments, our News Channel 9 at 11, and then come right back after 11, about 11:35. Come right back and track those leftover storms there. Again, tornado watches remain in effect, meaning damage and wind gusts, tornadoes still can't be ruled out with some individual storms. Watch out for flash flooding. So again, all those factors still remain in place, and we are watching and tracking. But have a great night. Stay safe. Again, join us at 11. You can watch us on your mobile device at newschannel9.com, and then come right back and watch us on the live stream. All right, stay safe, and we'll see you again at 11 o'clock on News Channel 9.